Welcome, everybody, to the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. Do we have some bangers for you today? We're going to start off with the RFK JR Confirmation Hearing because it just started. And we're just far enough back that we can do two cool things. One, we can play it a little bit faster. And when they take a recess, we can skip. But we're not like hours and hours behind. So the React cycle hasn't, caught up yet. RFK JR Confirmation Hearing, chat. And like, I will say this. The Donald Trump presidency is incredibly bad. And what is really not at all surprising is the Democratic Party response, which is be pathetic. And like, I think that kind of shows how the Democratic Party needed to lose. Because we can't continue like this. We can't continue to have a Democratic Party that can't resist, can't lead, can't govern, can't work at they're not good in government. They're not good at opposition. They have no plans. They're not trusted by the American people. Did you see the tweet from that billionaire promising to primary anyone who doesn't vote at RFK? Who gives a shit? Do it.
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. I thank my colleagues and Mr. Kennedy for being here today. Mr. Kennedy, congratulations on your nomination. Throughout this process, Mr. Kennedy, you have been accessible to members and staff on both sides of the aisle.
We're just going to get into
demonstrated strong commitment to fulfilling the responsibilities of this role. The Department of Health and Human Services oversees our nation's largest healthcare programs, providing coverage for nearly 2 in every 5 Americans. Improving Medicare.
The one thing that's really really shitty about this is listening to RFK Jr. is a chore. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. Like, it's legitimately a chore. And so if it makes me an ableist, I guess I'm ableist because he's so fucking annoying to listen to. And the thing is, and this is like the RFK Jr. special, if you listen extra close and you really focus up and you battle through it, what he's saying is absolute nonsense. It's like trying to solve a puzzle box and then you open it up and it's full of dog shit. It's just like, you don't want to, like, it's not even worth the effort and the attention. He's dumber than dirt, and listening to him is like nails on the chalkboard. But this is who Donald Trump wants to be associated with the Kennedy name. And so this is the knockoff.
The opportunity to chart a new and better course for the federal approach to tackling both the drivers and the consequences.
Did you watch the video that his cousin released? No, but if you want to link it to me, we can.
Your commitment to combating chronic conditions that drive healthcare costs will be critical to our success. Prioritizing disease prevention and addressing the factors that fuel conditions such as diabetes,
like an alien that has like a kind of poorly fitting human disguise.
Alzheimer's disease, COPD, and cancer will save lives, reduce costs, and build a healthier, stronger
I'm half expecting country. Like 5 roach aliens
Private
to emerge from his fucking mouth.
From groundbreaking cancer medications to curative gene therapies also offer hope.
You get what I mean?
But misguided government initiatives and market volatility risk eroding American leadership in life-saving R&D. Your advocacy for healthcare transparency has the potential to empower consumers across the country, promoting competition to enhance quality while cutting excessive spending for patients and for taxpayers. Today's hearing will provide a forum to hear more about your vision, particularly for the federal programs under this committee's jurisdiction.
Republican senator being
Mr.
named
Kennedy, you represent a voice
like,
for an inspiring coalition of Americans who are
Republicans
deeply
were
committed
like, you know what I
to
want from my
improving the
senator?
health and well-being
A
of our
real
nation.
piece of crapo, and they just
Regardless of political
voted
party,
him in.
Everyone in this room shares a
chat.
common recognition that our current system has fallen short, as well as a common desire to make our country healthier. I look forward to today's conversation as well as your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. And now I recognize Senator Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question before the Finance Committee this morning is whether Robert F. Kennedy should be trusted with the health and well-being of the American people. Committee staff have examined thousands of pages of statements, books, and podcast transcripts in a review of his record. The receipts show that Mr. Kennedy has embraced conspiracy theories, charlatans, especially when it comes to the safety and efficacy of vaccines. He has made it his life's work to sow doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. It has been lucrative for him and put him on the verge of immense power. This is the profile.
This looks like a Madame Tussauds figure. Like this senator, this Ron Wyden looks so old. He looks like he's
that may mean the
like
tragic
if Madame Tussauds tried to open up in like Dubai.
People. Now, Mr. Kennedy
and they didn't have proper air
saying
conditioning.
He's not making recommendations.
It's like slightly shinier, slightly melted.
He's just asking questions.
You could kind of see the gravity has pulled down the wax.
It's a slippery tactic to dodge any real responsibility for his words and actions. And it is, in my view, absurd coming from somebody who's trying to win confirmation for a job that is entirely about making recommendations. These recommendations are going to have life or death consequences.
Why doesn't he stop blinking? Well, because your eyes.
Mr. Kennedy, if you are confirmed, your recommendations determine which vaccines senior citizens get for free through Medicare.
Okay, hold on. We gotta pause it for a second. Somebody leaked me this. How dare you compare Hoggle to RFK Jr.? Okay, Hoggle may be ugly, but he was a loyal friend. But I may have to post this on Twitter. All right, go back to watching this while I do something important.
Recommendation will determine which vaccines are given to millions of kids. Peddling these anti-vaccine conspiracy theories as our chief health officer is going to endanger the lives of kids and seniors across the nation.
Oh, God,
Just
Bamsler.
Look at what happened when Mr. Kennedy inserted himself into an anti-vaccination crisis in the island nation of Samoa. He traveled there himself to push his views and pour fuel on the fire of a measles outbreak that began due to low vaccination rates. In the end, 83 Samoans died, mostly kids, from a disease that is easily preventable. Americans cannot afford to import this experiment to our great nation. On other healthcare matters, from abortion to universal healthcare, Mr. Kennedy has changed his views so often it is nearly impossible to know where he stands on so many of the basic issues that impact Americans' daily lives. In a gobsmacking statement of irresponsibility, in November 2023, Mr. Kennedy said that he wanted to pause infectious disease research for 8 years. Mr. Kennedy has indicated he's open to restricting access to the abortion medication mifepristone, which remains a primary target of the Republican crusade against reproductive freedom. I took this on back in 1990 when I chaired the first congressional hearing on the topic. The science was clear then. It's even clearer today. Mifepristone is safe. The only reason it's under question in 2025 is because people with a political agenda have been out lying about it. Women deserve to know if Mr. Kennedy will abuse his power as our country's chief health officer to essentially implement a national abortion ban by restricting access to the safe and legal medication. Meanwhile, as the Trump budget office threw the Medicaid program into chaos yesterday, Republicans in Congress are proposing deep cuts to the program that will rip away health care for millions of Americans who count on this vital lifeline. Cuts to Medicaid of this magnitude are going to jack up the cost of health insurance. It'll shutter nursing homes and rural hospitals, deprive seniors and Americans with disabilities of home-based care. That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance companies who've made a fortune delaying and denying care. Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge or experience in handling these issues. It leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis like the nation witnessed yesterday when the Trump budget office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal. After a careful review of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements, actions, and views, materials that I have reviewed personally and closely, I've reached the conclusion that he should not be entrusted with the health and well-being of the American people. When he's taken every side of every issue, how can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say? Let me close by saying I believe more strongly than ever, and I have specialized in healthcare during my time in public service, that we're at a turning point with regard to healthcare in America. There's one word to describe Americans' feelings towards the healthcare system, it's disillusioned. At every single turn, people feel like they're rolling a load of dice.
Well, if that's the case, how come you guys were the status quo defenders?
Americans are justifiably angry, fed up, and tired of a system that puts profits over patients.
What
Instead of debating meaningful ways to improve Americans' health care, now the committee is being forced to relitigate settled science.
Listening to RFK Jr. breathe.
And whether or not the federal government should
mute
help
your mic,
Americans
you
get
fucking
affordable healthcare.
goddamn pervert.
I know where Democrats on this finance committee stand when it comes to an agenda.
It's like being in a Discord call between Destiny and a 19-year-old fan.
I must say, I cannot say the same about the nominee sitting in front of me. And let me acknowledge, finally, Mr. Chairman, Terry Mills from Portland, Oregon, who is here to represent Nurses for America, and I'd like to enter a statement from her organization into the record at this time.
Actual jump scare. Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Ranking Member Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, in a few moments, you will be given the opportunity to make your opening statement.
Why are they giving them tiny little bottles of water? The key to sounding clear and healthy during a conversation is to lubricate
with regard
well.
to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been proven false overnight.
Hey, Dedhams, did you see this joke? This is my best joke. I stole it from chat. What happened to Hoggle? Oh, no. I mean, even the eyes are the same. How dare you disparage? That's why I know. I'm surprised what happened to Hoggle. Like, look at this.
Portal is operating efficiently today and was never intended to be shut down.
He looked like an old used leather purse. Okay, first of all,
there was a significant amount of time yesterday where there was
I think those leather purses look distinguished. You know, who doesn't like a slightly distressed piece of worn-in leather? He looks more like an old vinyl couch. You know when you're graduating college and you had that old vinyl couch that had been hanging out in your various apartments for the past 4 years. You're cleaning out. It's the summer post-graduation. You're cleaning out. You're getting ready to move. And you look at it and you're just like, ugh. There's these stains that are just suspicious and won't wash out. And it's cracked. That's what it looks like, honestly.
From Pace University. He has founded 2 advocacy groups and has spent the last 40 years working to restore and protect children's health. He was a former independent candidate in the 2024 presidential election, and President Trump nominated him this year to be in November of 2024 to be the HHS secretary. In announcing his nomination, President Trump stated, "Mr. Kennedy will restore these agencies to the traditions of gold standard scientific research and beacons of transparency and end the chronic disease epidemic and make America great and healthy again." Before you give your opening statement, Mr. Kennedy, I have 4 obligatory questions that we ask all nominees before this committee.
Oh, God.
First, is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
All right. No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, I do not.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, I do.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you begin, if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes, my wife, Cheryl Hines, is here. My daughter, Kit Kennedy. My son, Bobby Kennedy.
And I used
his
to
wife,
like
Amaryllis Fox Kennedy.
But she was my least favorite character in
Jackson
Curb.
Hines is here too.
Like I'm
We welcome you all.
Let's be honest.
Thank
I know
you. You
this
may
is
proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr.
Hold on. This is gonna sound misogynist, but I have to say it. She was by far and away the least talented actor on the entire show. She was bad at being a straight man or a straight woman. She sucks. And like the fact that she married RFK Jr. makes so much sense. She blows. Fuck her. She was always a drag on the show. When they were getting divorced, I was like, thank God. I liked the way Larry interacted with his manager's wife. Now that was a woman, okay? That was a woman who gave Larry David what he deserved. All right, anyway, as you're listening to his voice, remember something. RFK Jr. has that voice because he's a heroin addict and took too much of a stepped-on dirty heroin. You know, if he had been a millennial, he would have died of a fentanyl overdose. Because back in the day, you know, they didn't have fentanyl back in the day. They just had that primo shit from the Golden Triangle.
Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of this distinguished committee. I'm humbled to be sitting here today as President Trump's nominee to oversee the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I want to thank President Trump for entrusting me to deliver on his promise to make America healthy again. I also want to thank Cheryl and Kik and Bobby and all of my other children who are here today and all the many members of my large extended family for the love that they have so generously shared. Ours has always been a family that has been involved in public service, and I look forward to continuing that tradition. My journey into the issue of health began with my career as an environmental attorney, working with hunters and fishermen and mothers in the small town in the Hudson Valley and along the Hudson River. I learned very early on that human health and environmental injuries are intertwined. The same chemicals that kill fish make people sick also. Today, Americans' overall health is in grievous condition. Over 70% of adults and a third of children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year. And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin when I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read. And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin when I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still.
This, ladies and gentlemen, will be the director of Republican Health and Human Services. Are you having trouble studying? RFK Jr. recommends heroin.
A third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce.
Yeah, it's called socialism, bitch.
Too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care. President Trump has promised to restore America's global strength and to restore the American dream, but he understands we can't be a strong nation when our people are so sick. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person has only one. Today, over half of our countrymen and women are chronically ill. When I met with President Trump last summer, I discovered that he has more than just concern for this tragic situation, but genuine care. President Trump is committed to restoring the American dream, and 77 million Americans delivered a mandate to him to do just that, due in part to the embrace and elevation of the Make America Healthy Again.
Somebody asked me, like, oh, Mike, are you just making that up about the heroin causing his voice? Like, are you just being an evil, mean person and bullying him? And is that just like something you would say because you don't like him? And it's like, no, I would never say anything like that. That there isn't strong evidence to support. Why is this study? Was this study taken down? Okay, there it is. I had a study saved for today. Dystonia after shooting street heroin, an underreported matter of concern. Recent World Drug Report mentions opioids as the most harmful drugs in terms of health effects. Neurological sequelae have been reported in a few cases of an inhalational heroin use. Chasing the dragon. It is conjectured that vapors, pyrrole state, I don't know how to say that, chat, produced after heating black market heroin on aluminum foil rather than pure pharmaceutical diamorphine, we got it, we're pronouncing words, are responsible for the brain damage. Although the incriminated adulterate has not been isolated till now. The brain pathology associated with such use is spongiform leukoencephalopathy, which could lead to long-term consequences or even be fatal. Structural brain imaging of these spongiform leukoencephalopathy cases showed the involvement of the... Okay, what it's trying to say here is when you fucking are burning heroin on aluminum foil, it causes brain damage. And one of them is dystonia, which is exactly the condition that makes his voice like that.
And I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines. My first book in 2014, the first line of it is, I am not anti-vaccine, and the last line is, I am not anti-vaccine.
Wow.
Or am I the enemy of food producers? American farms are the bedrock of our culture, of our...
That's why we like books, chat, because you just need to read the first sentence and the last sentence, and everything in between, that's bullshit. That's what I like my books. Whenever I get a new book, I read the first line and the last line, and I'm like, done and done. I think the only thing to say, legitimately the only thing to say here, is that the United States is cooked. I mean, like, if the American people could see this shit and just not care, it's not an easy fix. It's not an easy fix. I mean, I've been trying to get people to care about how bad the Democrats are for decades. I mean, and they're just not fighting. I hate to pause the thing in the middle of it, but it's my stream, so eat shit and shut the fuck up. But like, look at this. This is a Democrat on CNBC this morning talking about the Trump administration.
You know, ironically, for a populist president who's standing up for the common man, he has populated his economic team with Wall Street guys, Besant, et cetera. Now, these are guys who at least know what they're doing, right? You may disagree with them politically, but they know what they're doing. I actually think the economy is in relatively good hands with those guys.
Can I just ask you, because you just said something, you know, they know what they're doing. Do you think the Democrats and the Biden administration made a mistake in the last term by having people who were not part of the private sector? Is that something you think
they didn't have
is a
enough
legitimate
people.
critique?
Yeah, they didn't have enough. Look, I think a good administration will typically have people who are very comfortable and knowledgeable about the private sector. I was in the private sector for 12 years, right? That's a huge advantage for me as I think about regulation in the financial world. So, yeah, I think the right thing is a mix, and I think it's fair to say that the Biden administration was dismissive of people with private sector experience. You know, ironically, for a populist president who's standing up for...
Ironically, he's... now, thank God, Democratic opposition is saying, thank God, Donald Trump is putting Wall Streeters in there. Our economy is in good hands. This isn't even 20 years since 2008, where Wall Street crashed the entire world economy. And they're like, yeah, you know, we don't want to have too much regulations of that old Wall Street. Amazing.
Politics of our national security. I was a 4-H kid, and I spent my summer working on ranches. I went to work with our farmers. I want to work with our farmers and food producers to remove burdensome regulations and unleash American ingenuity. MAHA simply cannot succeed without a partnership, a full partnership of American farmers.
This motherfucker looks like he's about to die.
In my advocacy, I've often disturbed the status quo by asking uncomfortable questions. Well, I'm not going to apologize for that. We have massive health problems in this country that we must face honestly. And the first thing I've done every morning for the past 20 years is to get on my knees and pray to God that he would put me in a position to end the chronic disease epidemic and to help America's children. That's why I'm so grateful to President Trump for the opportunity to sit before you today and seek your support and partnership in this endeavor. I will conclude with a promise. The members of this committee, to the president, and to all the tens of millions of parents across America, especially the moms, who have propelled this issue to center stage. Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies. We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS, accountable to the president, to Congress, and to the American people. We will reverse the chronic disease epidemic and put the nation back on the road to good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, I will begin. Each of us will have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and then at the conclusion of the hearing, if there are further questions, there will be an opportunity for those questions to be submitted to you, and I ask that you respond to them promptly. Mr. Kennedy, you have emphasized the importance of nutrition in preventing and managing chronic disease, improving health outcomes, and reducing health costs. I share your interest in the relationship between our diet and our well-being. And if confirmed, I look forward to partnering with you on those efforts. Would you share with the committee why you are passionate about the nutrition-oriented disease prevention and what you have learned?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I had 11 brothers and sisters. I had dozens of first cousins. I was raised in a time where we did not have a chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 2% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, 66% have chronic disease. We spend zero on chronic disease during the Kennedy administration. Today, we spend $4.3 trillion a year. With 77% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. When I was
okay, so one of the things I want to say, there's a lot of things in that. This is what we call misinformation and stupidity. There's a couple of, number one, the things that are not being regulated would be chemicals. America doesn't require businesses and corporations to study the effects of chemicals before they put them in products. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people with chronic diseases just fucking died in 1960 because they didn't have they didn't have treatments. Just so you understand just how long ago that was as far as medically. The first liver transplant was in 1963, okay? Just so you understand how, like, they barely had medicine back then. Antibiotics were like 10 years old. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I'm exaggerating. They were like 30 years old, but you get my point. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The other thing is they use words like chronic disease to confuse the point. It actually, this is one of those things where the virulent stupidity and bad faith is, it's a gish gallop of just nonsense bullshit that doesn't even make sense. Like, if you think about things for 5 seconds, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Diabetes, that does have to do with a couple things. One, Americans are eating a lot more calories. Hyperpalatability. People are not, there's food deserts. So people are eating more processed foods. These are all true. We have more, we're more sedentary than we used to be. These are all important factors. And we destroyed things like public transit for car infrastructure. So people are walking less. Like, if you walk to a bus stop down the street, that's a lot of baseline exercise. Like, if you're taking public transit, you're doing just a lot more baseline walking around and moving. And that is significant over the course of years and decades. Even if you don't take the time to go out and exercise as a specific task. Whereas in America, if you want to be physically healthy, you have to plan out and execute a workout routine because you're just so much more sedentary.
The typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his or her lifetime, 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his or her office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the most recent data from NIH shows 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,500, depending on what studies you look at. In my generation today, 70-year-old men, 1 in 34 in my kids' generation. We've seen this explosion of autoimmune disease, of allergic diseases. This is not just a economic issue. It's not just a national security issue. It is a spiritual issue, and it is a moral issue.
This is the guy who's going to lead medicine and health research?
We cannot live up to our role as an exemplary nation, as a moral authority around the world, and we're writing off an entire generation of kids.
Thank you very much. And if confirmed, how could we work together to integrate nutrition-based interventions into our healthcare programs like Medicaid and Medicare?
Well, there are many ways that we can do that. The federal funding of the SNAP program, for example, and of school lunch programs could be a driver for helping kids. We shouldn't be giving 60% of the kids in school processed food that is making them sick. We shouldn't be spending 10% of the SNAP program on sugared drinks. So we have a direct ability to change things there. We also, in Medicaid and Medicare, we need to focus more on outcome-based medicine, on putting people in charge of their own health care, of making them accountable for their own health care so they
Okay, so a couple things there. Outcome-based healthcare, great idea, except for the fact that medical treatments are not certain, right? And so what you end up doing is you incentivize people to cherry pick patients based on their prognosis and on their probability of success. So what you're doing is you're incentivizing people not to do better medicine. You're incentivizing people to cherry pick patients. The other problem with what he's saying here is making people accountable for their own health care is basically throwing up your hands and saying, if you die, you deserved it because you drank soda or some shit. And third, the idea of SNAP with sugary drinks and SNAP. Okay, this is a complicated issue, right? This is a complicated issue because there's no doubt that sugary drinks are addictive. Like a Coke is an addictive product. I think a lot of people don't like to look at it like that because you're consuming it. It's a drink and you don't really think of it. But I mean, Coke is formulated to be an addictive substance. It's like a cigarette. Okay. Caffeine creates dependence. I don't know what the numbers are. I'd have to look it up, but I wouldn't be surprised if a significant majority of Americans were caffeine dependent. Now, caffeine seems to have, to be less damaging than other forms of stimulant that we use, but there's no doubt about it that these are addictive substances. And when you are drinking a lot of empty calories, that creates a caloric surplus, and that could affect your insulin and all sorts of other shit. Like, it is what it is. However, if the problem with American health is sugary drinks, why are you focusing only on SNAP and not the sugary drinks themselves? Right? Did they suddenly stop being harmful when people buy them with their own money? Like what? It's crazy. And so what you're trying to do is basically be like, if you are a person that needs assistance, you're not allowed to have food or drinks that you enjoy. You're not allowed to have a chocolate bar. You're not allowed to have a glass of soda. You're not allowed to have delicious food. You have to buy this very parsimonious, this strict list. And it's a kind of contempt for poor people that is being expressed. If you have a problem with the sugary drinks, you should regulate the sugary drinks, not just poor people.
Understand the relationship between eating and getting sick. Most importantly, we need to deploy NIH and FDA to doing the research to understand the relationship between these different food additives and chronic disease so that Americans understand it and make sure that Americans are aware of it. I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a McDonald's cheeseburger or Diet Coke, which my boss loves, and you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to start by entering into the record a letter the committee received from Ambassador Carolyn Kennedy outlining what she believes is Mr. Kennedy's lack of personal fitness for the office.
Without objection.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today, in order to prove you're not anti-vax, you note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, "You would do anything, pay anything to go back in time and not vaccinate your kids." Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this, he asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective, and I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right, so
he interrupted me at that point. It's not our business. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about this, Senator Wyden, so bringing this up right now is dishonest.
Let's be clear about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration.
All right, let's take a look at it.
You've talked about that the media slanders you by calling you an anti-vaxxer. And you've said that you're not anti-vaccine, you're pro-safe vaccine. Difficult question. Can you name any vaccines that you think are good?
I think some of the live virus vaccines are probably averting more problems than they're causing. There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Those are big words. What about the polio? Can we talk about the polio?
Well, here's the problem.
Yes.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, guys, Lex Friedman was interrupting the hell of him. That was a strong period and end of sentence. He was not interrupted. He's just lying. There are no vaccines that are safe and effective, period. And Lex reacted to it. He didn't interrupt. That's just a complete lie.
The polio vaccine contained a virus called simian virus 40, SV40. It's one of the most carcinogenic materials that is known to man. In fact, it's used now by scientists around the world to induce tumors in rats and guinea pigs in labs. But it was in that vaccine. 98 million people who got that vaccine in my generation got it. And now you've had this explosion of soft tissue cancers in our generation that kill many, 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 many more people than polio ever did. So if you say to me,
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. He's saying the polio vaccine is bad, which is probably one of the most effective drugs that actually that has largely exterminated polio. It's not completely exterminated because there's some really remote regions where polio continues to thrive because they don't have vaccines against it. But polio is a scourge that was literally paralyzing hundreds of thousands of people every year, including the former president of the United States, FDR. The hypothesis that SV40 may cause cancer in humans was a particularly controversial area of research fueled by the historical contamination of sub-batches of polio vaccine with SV40s in the 50s and 60s. It appears unlikely that the SV40 infection alone is sufficient to cause any human malignancy. No, I mean, obviously he's lying about this. Obviously he's lying on the facts, right? But he said something. He said a factoid, right? Do you know what simian virus 40 is? Do you know what simian virus 40 is? Oh, well, then he's got you. He's got you. He said something.
The polio vaccine was effective against polio.
Also, he didn't say it was contaminated. He said it was intentionally part of it. And that was in the 50s. It said polio vaccines used in the late 50s and early 60s were contaminated with a virus called simian virus 40, present in monkey kidney cells used to grow the vaccine. Subsequently, investigators found SV40 DNA in biopsy specimens obtained from patients with cancers, such as mesothelioma, lung, osteocarcinoma, and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. However, several facts should be noted. SV40 was present in cancers of people who either had or had not received polio vaccines that were contaminated with SV40. SV40 has not been present in any vaccine since 1963. People who with cancers who were born after 1963, when SV40 was no longer a contaminant of the polio vaccine, were found to have evidence for SV40 in their cancerous cells. Epidemiological studies do not show an increased risk of cancers in those who received polio vaccines between 1955 and 1963. Taken together, these findings do not support the hypothesis that SV40 virus contained in the polio vaccines administered before 1963 caused cancers. Now, this is from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Vaccine Education Center, because this is a common debunked argument about polio vaccine. Now, hey, maybe the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and all these researchers are on the secret, conspiracy to trick us into taking polio vaccines so they can slightly increase tumor risk. Like, what is he even trying to say here?
Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the
stupidity
COVID vaccine,
is incredible,
but to prevent any future access to the life-saving vaccine. Are you denying that? Your name is on the petition.
We brought that petition after CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis for 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a zero risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit. I don't want to, I want to emphasize
Mr. Kennedy, the facts.
The committee will be in order. And to the audience.
Hold on for a second, Mr. Kennedy. To the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate and out of order. And if there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Please follow the rules of the committee. Mr. Kennedy, you may proceed.
I also want to point out that your recitation of what happened in Samoa is absolutely wrong, and you know it's wrong, and you know it's wrong.
We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, we're talking about the petition that you filed to block Americans from having access to the vaccine and to prevent any future access to the vaccine. Those facts are on the record. My third question to you is, you made almost $5 million from book deals, mostly promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book, you wrote that parents had been, quote, misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe, and effective. The reality...
Okay. You guys may not know this, but measles is probably one of the most virulent diseases that has ever existed. If you do not have vaccination or genetic immunity to measles, and you go into a room with somebody who is infectious with measles, there is a 95% chance you're going to get sick. Like, this is not true of other diseases. Measles, if you are not resistant, will spread, period. And the thing about measles is, most of the time, with people with healthy immune systems, it's not usually fatal. But when you look at when you have measles outbreaks happening, they will kill a certain percentage of people. And it starts, and when you add the virulence up to the chance of death or severe disability, you're talking about tens of thousands of children dying from this shit, from a curable, preventable disease. I guess preventable is more accurate when you're talking about the measles vaccine. Measles is so virulent that pockets of communities that are full of anti-vaxxers frequently get severe measles outbreaks. Because as soon as somebody with measles goes in that fucking community, it hits everybody who's not immune. 107,000 people died from measles in 2023 versus 30K from the flu. Jesus Christ.
The reality is measles are in fact deadly and highly contagious, something that you should have learned after your lives contributed to the deaths of 83 people, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly, yes or no?
The death rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa.
First of all, death isn't the only thing that can happen to you. Okay, I hate to use this, but we're doing it. I'm sorry. I hate to use this channel.
Samoa in 2017 or 2015, there were 2 kids who died following the MMR vaccine, and the vaccination rates in Samoa dropped precipitously from about 63% to the mid-30s, so they've never been very high. And in 2018, 2 more kids died following the MMR vaccine, and the government of Samoa banned the MMR vaccine. I arrived a year later when vaccination rates were...
Okay, so what do you think the death rate for vaccines are? Do you think it's 1 in 10,000, you dumb piece of shit? Okay, he's actually insane. We're watching this video from Kirk.
Vaccines are celebrated for their part in fighting.
I mean, we just got to watch this. Like, this is just some facts, just so you get some more basic numbers behind it. And it's a shiny little bird, so it'll be easy to...
Fighting disease. But a growing group of people seem to believe that they endanger our health instead of protecting it. The internet is full of stories about allergic reactions, the onset of disabilities, and even death following vaccination appointments. And it's true, vaccines can have side effects.
This is why Kyrgyzstan got popular, because they weren't pushing neoliberal shit from the world, from Bill Gates and, being propagandists for the status quo. They got popular from this kind of like shit, and then they started taking money from the billionaires to do propaganda for, the capitalist class. But this is the early stuff that's a lot better. The video is really loud compared to me. Huh. How about now? I mean, I don't think I need to be that loud. You need to have like duck. I have to set up ducking.
Let's look at how they work and how dangerous they really are. Your immune system is a complex army of billions of cells, soldiers, intelligence cells, and weapons factories. Every day you're attacked countless times, but your immune soldiers alone usually deal with that, so you don't even notice. If an infection becomes serious though, our intelligence cells gather intel about the attackers and activate our weapons factories. You know the weapon, antibodies.
Basically, what's really interesting about your immune system is that you already have the cure for every disease inside your body, even diseases that haven't evolved yet. Isn't that crazy? And so what a dendrite does is it takes pieces of your dendritic cell as it brings it to your immune system to analyze. They can find the right antibody and then activate that B cell, which produces the antibody to counter the disease. And that process of like gathering the intelligence and then returning to the B cell and getting the right B cell identified and then produced, and then that's the process of being sick.
They're like
It's not really a cure. Are we watching this because stretching the truth is a bad thing? I mean, it's a targeted antibody.
Missiles produced specifically to combat the invader. Unfortunately, this process takes several days to complete. That gives intruders a lot of time to do damage. Contrary to popular wisdom, what doesn't kill you doesn't make you stronger. Our bodies really don't want to fight serious wars over and over, so our immune system came up with an ingenious way to get stronger and stronger over time. If we fight an enemy that is dangerous enough to trigger our heavy weapons, our immune system automatically creates memory cells. Memory cells remain in our body for years in a deep sleep. They do nothing but remember. When an enemy attacks for a second time, the slumbering memory cells awaken and order coordinated attacks and the production of antibodies. This is so fast and effective that many infections you beat once will never make you sick again. You might even be immune against them forever, which is also why little kids are constantly ill. They don't have enough memory cells yet. And this beautiful natural mechanism is what we build on when we use vaccines. How vaccines work. As great as memory cells are, obtaining them through an infection is unpleasant and sometimes dangerous. Vaccines are a way of tricking our bodies into making memory cells and becoming immune to a disease. They pretend to be a dangerous infection. One way of doing this is to inject invaders that can't do harm. For example, by killing them or by ripping them into pieces. Our immune systems deal with these kinds of vaccines pretty easily. Sometimes it's necessary to make our immune system work harder, though, to produce even more memory cells. Live vaccines are the real deal. An enemy that can punch back is a bigger challenge than a dead one. But this also sounds like a sort of horrible idea. What if the germs win? To avoid that, we breed a sort of weak cousin of the real germ in the lab. Just powerful enough to annoy the immune system and create enough memory cells. Okay, so these are the basic principles of vaccine use. They provoke a natural reaction in our bodies that makes us become immune against very dangerous diseases. Some, like the flu virus, mutate so often that we need a new vaccine every year, but most vaccines protect us for years, or even a lifetime. But there's a catch. Like everything in life, vaccines have another side: side effects. What are they, and what happens if your child develops one? The risks of vaccines. It's complicated to directly compare the side effects of vaccines with the effects of diseases. For example, hundreds of millions of people are vaccinated against measles in the West, but there were only 83,000 cases in Europe in 2018. So with numbers that different, even mild side effects can seem scary compared to the bad effects of a disease that we don't see as much anymore. Before the measles vaccine became available in 1963, virtually every single child on Earth contracted measles at some point.
Isn't that crazy? Before 1963, almost every single person got measles eventually. That's how virulent it is.
135 million cases in the 1950s, every single year. But are measles really that dangerous in the year 2019 with our advanced healthcare and new technologies? Are they worth the risk of vaccine side effects? Let's do a thought experiment based on real numbers. Imagine a developed country in a parallel world. It has good healthcare, but people stop vaccinating. In this scenario, let's say 10 million children caught measles. What happens? 9,800,000 or 98% will get a high fever and a very unpleasant rash. Up to 800,000 of them, or 8%, will suffer from dangerous diarrhea. 700,000 or 7% will suffer from an ear infection, which can lead to permanent hearing loss. 600,000 kids, or 6%, will suffer from pneumonia, the most dangerous effect of measles. It alone will kill 12,000 children. Up to 10,000 children, or 0.1%, will get encephalitis. 2,500 kids, or 0.025%, will contract SSPE, a disease where the measles virus lingers in their brain and kills them a few years later. Taken together, around 2.5 million children will suffer from somewhat serious effects from measles, and about 20,000 children will be killed by measles. It doesn't stop here, though. The kids who beat measles are left with a severely damaged immune system that needs a lot of time to regenerate. Time for other diseases to do further damage. Aside from that, what's almost guaranteed is that your kids will have a really bad time for about 2 weeks. Okay, but what about vaccines? It's only fair to look at these risks too. So let's repeat our thought experiment, but this time we vaccinate 10 million children with MMR.
Mike was right. The immune system could generate 10 to the 11th to 10 to the 18 unique antibodies through VDJ recombination, somatic hypermutation, and combinatorial diversity. That is orders of magnitude greater than any virus mutation rate. So yeah, you are statistically likely to be immune to any disease you encounter. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Hey, what's up,
What would
Hank?
theoretically happen here? After being vaccinated, of our 10 million kids, around 10% get a fever. 500,000 or 5% will get a mild rash. Up to 100 or 0.001% might have a serious allergic reaction and will have to be treated. Up to 10 boys or 0.0001% might get inflammation of the genitalia. And up to 10 kids in total, or 0.0001%, might get the most serious side effect, encephalitis. So we vaccinated 10 million kids. In total, around 120 had side effects that were somewhat serious. Thanks to good medical treatment in developed regions, almost all of them will be fine. What about autism? The connection of autism and vaccines stems from one source that has been disproven countless times. We'll link to further reading and videos in the description. But in 2019, it's fair to say that vaccines do not cause autism. All right, but what about deaths? It's really hard to say if even a single one of our 10 million vaccinated kids would die. We really did look hard and talk to a lot.
80-some kids, 80 counts of voluntary manslaughter. Get them out. 83.
That are just unlucky. They bring serious diseases back from the verge of extinction. And the biggest side effect of vaccines is fewer dead children. Vaccines are one of the most powerful tools we have to eradicate the monsters that most of us have already forgotten. Let's not bring the beasts back.
Conservatism truly is, and I think Noam Chomsky said it right. Like sometimes people are like, Mike, I mean, like Noam Chomsky explained what the Republican Party is. This is the reality.
You called the Republican Party the most dangerous organization on earth.
In human history, there has never, it's an outrageous statement, and when I said it, I said, look, this is a very outrageous statement, but is it true? But
you're rating them worse than the Kim Jong-un of North Korea or ISIS, who are very...
Is ISIS dedicated to trying to destroy the prospects for organized human existence.
Right. Is that bad, the Republican
what
Party?
does it mean to say not only we're not doing anything about climate change, but we're trying to accelerate the race to the precipice?
And you don't entertain the possibility that they may be genuine in their belief that this is...
Doesn't matter whether they genuinely believe it or not. But if the consequence of that is let's use more fossil fuels, let's refuse to subsidize developing countries, if that's the consequence, that's extremely dangerous.
And, you know, so that's my opinion of RFK Jr. and the Republican Party in general, is like, I'm not just anti-Republican Party. I think the Republican Party has now risen to the level of being a criminal organization that should be, you should be prosecuted on the level of being a mafia member, because it's just a death cult. It's like every stupid mind virus. Ironically, they talk about like the woke mind virus, which amounts to like, be nice to someone if they say they're trans, or racism hurt black people. That's the woke mind virus, which is basically a non-entity and completely irrelevant in every single one of our lives. But the Republican mind virus is, oh yeah, let's help exterminate an entire region of the planet and steal their oil, or let's make climate change worse to own the libs, or let's stop vaccinating kids from diseases we know kill like millions of people. Like there isn't one single issue where the Republican Party has sense, where the Republican Party is correct, where the Republican Party is of value. Not one position, not one. That's incredible.
Already below any previous level. I went there, nothing to do with vaccines.
Okay,
I went there to introduce a medical informatics system.
I'm glowing now.
I would digitalize
it's getting brighter in my room,
and make health delivery much more efficient.
The fuck is happening?
Never gave any public statement about vaccines. You cannot find a single Samoan who will say, I didn't get a vaccine because of Bobby Kennedy. I went in June of 2019.
So why are you a bitch about this? This doesn't even make sense. This is the thing that doesn't even make sense. It's like, if he believes so much that the vaccines are useful and correct, or the vaccines are bad, then why isn't he like, yep, those kids died, and you know what? They avoided the vaccine side effects, and that's worth it. You know, why isn't he out there saying, yeah, sure, 83 died of measles, but 100 survived the vaccine side effect deaths? Because he knows that's not true. And here's the thing about Bobby Kennedy, is he's either an evil piece of shit or a dumb piece of shit. And frankly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you're trying to saw your child's legs off because you think it's going to make them, you know, loved by Jesus, or you're sawing their leg off because you want to treat their toothache, it doesn't fucking matter what your reason is. Whether you're stupid or whether you're evil, it doesn't fucking matter.
Measles outbreak started in August. Oh, clearly I had nothing to do with the measles. Not only that.
The situation took a tragic turn in July 2018 when two nurses mistakenly combined an expired muscle relaxant with an MMR vaccine doses instead of sterile water, leading to the deaths of two children. The nurses were charged with manslaughter, and the government responded by suspending a national vaccination program for 10 months. So, in other words, there was a medical error. It wasn't even the vaccine. They accidentally put a drug into the... Oh, my God. I thought these were at least kids that had an allergic reaction or something. It was just medical malpractice? Are you fucking... There's a concept we talk about from time to time, and I want more liberals to be aware of it. It's called social murder, okay? The reemergence of the Engels concept of social murder. In 1845, Frederick Engels identified how living and working conditions experienced by English workers sent them prematurely to the grave, arguing that those responsible for those conditions, ruling authorities, and the bourgeoisie were committing social murder. In other words, if you create the conditions that people are killed in a preventable fashion, and you do so knowingly, you are a murderer by any reasonable definition of the word.
Measles is one of the most contagious diseases known to man. In fact, if someone with the measles coughs in an elevator, 90% of the people who use that elevator afterwards will catch the disease. Unless, of course, you've been vaccinated. Then you'll be completely fine.
Okay, I don't need to go anywhere.
This is the measles virus. It's been around for thousands of years and has been responsible for the deaths of millions of people. Now, on the surface, measles symptoms seem fairly innocuous, but the real damage, the damage that can lead to death, happens on a cellular level.
Hi, I'm Roberto Cattaneo. I'm a doctor of philosophy and professor of molecular biology at the Mayo Clinic. I'm studying measles virus since about 35 years. Measles uses the trachea as a trampoline. It is in the ideal position in the body to get expelled and aerosolized, dispersed in the air in small particles very efficiently.
When someone with measles coughs or sneezes, these droplets contain the measles virus. And because measles is a respiratory disease, all someone needs to do is breathe in that infected air in order to contract measles. Unless, of course, they've been vaccinated. When the measles virus reaches the lungs, it's met by a type of white blood cell called a macrophage. Usually, macrophages seek out and destroy dangerous pathogens like viruses. But the measles virus tricks the macrophage into not seeing it as a danger, and instead safely transports the virus into the body's lymph nodes. It's here that the virus begins to replicate and spread throughout the entire lymphatic system.
Yeah, I mean, the macrophages thinks to have a system in which they basically get rid of the virus, and measles can stay there. So not only it is invisible, but it begins to make damage to these cells. The task of these cells is also to go out and fight infection, but instead of fighting infection, they go out with the virus and distribute it to the body.
Now, as the virus starts to spread, it enters immune cells that express a protein named SLAM. These cells are memory immune cells, meaning that they remember other pathogens that previously infected the host. Measles attacks and kills these SLAM-expressing memory cells, and once those memories of past infections are erased, the body will be in a much weaker position to fight off future infections. This is why measles is so deadly. But even though the virus has tricked your immune system into helping it, that doesn't mean your immune system has given up.
Well, at some point, the immune system will notice and will secrete cytokines and attract other immune cells. So at some point, the enemy will be identified and taken care of. But
this is true of most of our diseases. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure COVID infects immune cells as well. HIV infects immune cells. Like, some of our most virulent diseases go after immune cells. And so, like, I think why COVID killed you is because it would infect these, like, very powerful immune systems, which would basically just carpet bomb everything. And that's why people died of, like, respiratory disease, because their own immune system would basically eat their lungs alive because it was infected by COVID and driven insane. So you get to a certain point where, because, like, the cells inside your lungs that, like, circulate oxygen are specialized. And so when they're destroyed, they're permanently destroyed. So if COVID gets to a certain point where it's killed so many of your lungs, you know, the cells that are responsible for bringing in oxygen to your body, you die, even though they're pumping 100% oxygen into your lungs at full pressure with a respirator. Because your immune system destroyed so much of your own lung tissue, you just can't get oxygen in your blood. You die. So that is what COVID does to you. And you know, so a lot of the really dangerous infections that we get are things that attack your immune system, which is what makes them so deadly.
The virus is, in fact, it is only necessary to get out of the host and find a new host. So it's in fact better not to kill the host.
That's right. It's in the best interest of the virus not to kill you. That's some other disease's job. The job of the measles virus is to find a new host, which brings us to another protein the virus expresses, Nectin-4.
And we discovered Nectin-4 as the epithelial receptor or host exit receptor for measles virus.
As measles spreads throughout the body, it also enters cells that express the protein Nectin-4. This protein is expressed very preferentially in the trachea, and the more the virus replicates in the trachea, the more cells it kills there. This dead cell buildup actually causes the human host to cough or sneeze, helping spread it into a new human host, bringing us right back to where we started. Now, the good news is that once you get the measles, your body learns how to defeat it, and you probably won't get it again. This is similar to how the vaccine works, but the difference is you're given a weaker dose, so you can become immune without getting sick or damaging your immune cells.
So the vaccine causes the host to remain immune to measles, we think, for lifelong or almost lifelong time.
And without measles, other diseases, the ones that actually do the killing, have gone down.
Basically, the number of hospitalization has been reduced considerably, sometimes to about the half, for several different infectious diseases.
So if you haven't been vaccinated,
yeah, the vaccine works beautifully.
Maybe think about it. Measles may be the enemy of the immune system, but researchers, including Dr. Catania, are working on ways to alter the measles virus so it kills cancer cells.
For me, a reason to continue studying measles is to make it into a friend, making an old enemy into a new friend by modifying it genetically.
Oh, they're banning that shit. RFK Jr. will definitely not allow that research to happen. So no cancer treatment.
Mr. Kennedy,
Senator, not only that, if you let me finish,
you have had some time.
If you let me finish, Senator, if you let me finish, there are 83 people died. When the tissue samples were sent to New Zealand, most of those people did not have measles. We don't know what was killing them. The same outbreak occurred in Tonga and Fiji, and no extra people died. There were 7 measles outbreaks in the 13 years prior to my arrival.
I just would like to get my time back. The nominee wrote a book saying that people had been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. He's trying now to play down his role in Samoa. That's not what the parents say. That's not what Governor Green says. It's time to make sure that we blow the whistle on actually what your views are. At least we're starting.
We need to move
Senator,
on.
I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking either of those
Anybody
vaccines.
who believes that ought to look at the measles book you wrote saying parents have been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. That's not true.
We need to move on. Senator Grassley.
Welcome. I'm going to do like I did in my office. I'm just going to make some points to you. I got about 7 I want to quickly get done. And then at the end, I'm going to ask if you disagree with anything I say and then address those things you disagree with. I'll make sure I save time for you to do that. A key responsibility of each member of Congress is oversight. Oversight allows us to hold bureaucrats accountable to the rule of law, and it helps keep faith with taxpayers. I expect HHS to provide timely and complete responses to congressional oversight. Number 2, PBMs, something you and I discussed in our office. I've been working to hold pharmacy benefit managers accountable in order to lower prescription drug prices. I expect you to work with us to hold PBMs accountable, and that may even ask in your support for legislation that's before the Congress. Drug pricing. Senator Durbin and I have, for a while, been trying to get a bill passed that requires price disclosures on TV ads for prescription drugs. Knowing what something costs before buying it is just common sense. President Trump tried to do this by regulation in his first term. Vice President Vance co-sponsored our bill last Congress. I ask you to support this bill, or if you can do it by regulation, to do it by regulation. On rural health care, the previous administration dragged its feet in opening up slots for rural community hospital demonstration programs. It also ignored concerns from rural pharmacies when implementing changes to Medicare Part D, and ignored rural needs when it comes to distributing physician residency slots. I expect you to prioritize rural Americans' health care needs. On agriculture, in our meeting earlier this month, we talked at length about agriculture. You prefaced the conversation by saying you will not have jurisdiction over these issues. I expect you to leave agricultural practice regulations to the proper agencies, and for the most part, that's USDA and EPA. On dietary guidelines, I've sent letters to the Secretaries of Agriculture at HHS requesting that they provide information regarding conflicts of interest on the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee to increase transparency. I expect you to provide Congress with confidential financial disclosures from the Advisory Committee before finalizing dietary guidelines, so we know that nobody has a vested interest in it, is having undue influence. Lastly, HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement Oversight. Last year, I expanded my investigation into HHS's Office of Refugee Resettlement I wrote 24 contractors and grantees whose job it is to place unaccompanied children with sponsors. In many cases, children have been placed with improper vetted sponsors, placing them at risk of trafficking. The Biden administration's HHS directed these taxpayer-funded contractors and grantees to not respond to my inquiry. This is obstruction by the executive branch. I expect you to produce to me the records and data I've requested and instruct HHS contractors to fully cooperate with my investigation. I also expect HHS to not retaliate against any whistleblowers, including those who identify ORR's failures in vetting sponsors of unaccompanied. You got 45 seconds to respond if you want to.
I agree with all of those provisions, Senator. My approach to administration, HHS, will be radical transparency. If members of this committee or other members of Congress want information, the doors are open. I've spent many years litigating against NIH and its sub-agencies, HHS and its sub-agencies, NIH, CDC, FDA, on FOIA issues, trying to get information that we, the taxpayers, paid for, and oftentimes getting back redacted copies after a year or 2 years of litigation. That should not be the case. And if Congress asks,
he looks like an alien in a human disguise. I literally said that earlier. I said he looks like a character from Men in Black, like one of the poorly disguised aliens. Like I literally said that earlier. So we've got a soul connection chatter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell is next, but until she returns, I will move on.
He sounds like a character whose name is Glorp.
Cornyn.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome to you and your family, and congratulations. I appreciate Senator Grassley raising the issue of the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the auspices of Health and Human Services. I think this may surprise people, but that's actually the responsibility of HHS, the Office of Resettlement Relocation. Under the previous administration, as Senator Grassley alluded, there were roughly 500,000 children, unaccompanied minors, that were placed with sponsors in the interior of the United States. The previous administration took the position that it was not the federal government's responsibility once these children were placed with these sponsors. But the New York Times, in a series of investigative stories, pointed out that tens of thousands of these children, when they tried to follow up and find out how they were doing, whether they were going to school, whether they were being trafficked or abused, there was no answer, and they took the position it was not their responsibility. So I look forward to working with you to find those children and to make sure that they're not being abused. Millions of Americans are experiencing.
Yeah, he has actual. He not only did he ruin himself, cause brain damage by doing heroin, which he openly admits, he also admits to have had actual brain worms eating his brain. Like this is a good point to remind people that being a conservative is evidence that you have lower cognitive ability. Now, there are some leftists in here that will get mad at me for saying that, you know, there's cognitive ability can be even measured. But I want you to understand that I'm not saying that that some people are genetically superior than others. I'm talking about a point in time, you know, and we could track that ability to do things like recall information or follow tasks or comprehend reading. And I want to say straight up, what top of line, top of point, that we know that conservatives are dumb. We know that conservatives are less capable of cognitive tasks in general as a group.
Addict for 14 years. I've been 42 years in recovery. I go to 12-step meetings every day, so I hear the stories every day. And I hear many stories about denial of
Who's conducting the study? Independent
barriers to access to care. And we need to improve that. And to answer specifically to your question, I think we can do that through GME, which is a program that is funded by HHS, that is the largest funder for medical school students. And that's one of the things for primary care physicians should understand addiction care. Addicts almost always go through a cycle where there is a moment where they hit periodic bottoms where they're ready to go into treatment. But it's fleeting and it's momentary. And we have that opportunity to save their lives. And then if we miss that little short window, they're off to the races again.
I appreciate your answer. Our time is short. Let me get to one more question that I think is very important. Under the first Trump administration, the number of people receiving HIV treatment in Africa through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, otherwise known as PEPFAR, it increased, this is during the first Trump administration, from 13 million people to 18 million people across 50 countries, primarily
What was
in
that
Africa.
noise?
Africa has about 1.3 billion people today, or in 2021. It's projected to have 2.5 billion people by 2050, or 25% of the global population. In 2020, PEPFAR reported that 2.8 million babies were born without HIV. That was something that would not have happened but for the PEPFAR program. So it has simply been one of the most successful public health programs in the world and saved.
Oh yeah, this is another thing that George Bush did that makes him like arguably better than Biden. Is he started PEPFAR, which is like this HIV treatment program to try to like to suppress HIV worldwide, and it has saved millions of lives. Joe Biden doesn't have anything like that on his record, but if you were like, oh yeah, George W. Bush was probably better than Biden, people lose their minds because the Iraq War is obviously a horrifying crime, and the Great Recession was a disaster, and he was a terrible president, one of the worst. But you're comparing him to Biden, who is literally the worst. I mean, like literally the worst president we've had in my lifetime. It's Joe Biden. And people will be like, well, isn't Trump bad? Yeah, no, Trump and Bush are both goddamn fucking terrible. But Joe Biden truly is a man without an achievement.
Approximately 26 million lives. Failure to continue this program, in my view, would risk ceding that leadership to adversaries like China. And I'd like to know whether you support the objectives and goals of PEPFAR, and would you work with me and my colleagues to make sure that this program continues to provide life-saving antiviral drugs to people who are most in need?
I absolutely support PEPFAR, and I will happily work with you to strengthen the program.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here this morning. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, we are truly through the looking glass this morning here in the U.S. Senate, and this committee is being asked to fulfill a really important responsibility, which is to decide whether to confirm Mr. Kennedy to one of the most important health care jobs in America. And the reason I think it's so important is for many of the reasons you said in your opening statement, which is that we live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the worst health outcomes of any industrialized country in the world. We live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the lowest life expectancy rates of anybody in the industrialized world. I was a school superintendent before I was in this job, Mr. Chairman, and I can tell you that Mr. Kennedy's right, that when I look at the kids in the Denver public schools, if we don't change the way we eat in this country, 40% of them are going to suffer adult diabetes as a result of their diet.
The Democrats are just pouring,
as I said, spending more than any other country in the world. By the way,
centrist Democrat
and our families,
in
every
Colorado. Why does Colorado have some of the most right-wing senators? Can someone explain to me why this is the case?
When it comes to health care, my friend from
Voted
Texas,
for Bernie Sanders,
Senator
and you have
Cornyn,
Michael
has been a
Bennett
champion on mental health care. We have an
as your senator.
epidemic,
What's going on in Colorado
across this country.
Can someone explain to me what the
mental
fuck,
health
why your
care,
politics is
partly
such dog
because
shit?
of what
you have one of the most libertarian Democratic governors. You've got these right-wing, crazy fucking lunatic senators. What's going on?
For their profit in the last decade or so. So we have no shortage of challenges to confront, and I even agree with some of the diagnosis of he spent 50 years of his life not honoring the tradition that he talked about at the beginning of this conversation, but peddling in half-truths, peddling in false statements, peddling in theories that, create doubt about whether or not things that we know are safe are unsafe. Not that every vaccine in America is unsafe, not that you can't possibly have an adverse reaction, but that parents and children in my old school district and school districts all over this country would be better off not getting vaccinated than getting vaccinated. Unlike his own children, who were vaccinated, unlike the people he invited to his house in Los Angeles for their party who were vaccinated. For everybody else, it's about peddling these half-truths. And he says it with such conviction that you want to believe him. And Mr. Kennedy, I just have there are many, many things in the record, but I hope that you could answer these questions yes or no. I've tried to ask these manner that's faithful to what you actually said, because I didn't want to have a debate about whether you actually said them. So I'm asking you yes or no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed that
I'll take that as a yes. I have to move on, I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy.
We love bioweapons which make you slightly sleepy. We love our bioweapons that they're kind of a low-level chronic disease that kind of make you a little bit sleepy, a little bit under the weather, a little bit depressed. That's what when we're assaulting the fortress, we want to put in a disease that kind of knocks you down a little bit. You can still function, but you know, you get an occasional weird rash. It's very, it's not pleasant, but you know, it's not a weapon, man. Like, why is the stupidity of this shit is unbelievable. Like, it's one of those things where it's really dumb. And so my reaction to it is just pure unadulterated apoplectic rage. It makes me violent. It's so stupid that like I don't even want to react to it and make arguments because it feels like I'm being punked anytime I have to make an argument about this. It's like so profoundly on its face dumb as fuck, and anyone who believes it is subhuman, that it doesn't even make me want to say anything. It just makes me want to grab a fucking metaphorical, rhetorical weapon and start launching attacks. And like, when a person repeats this shit, they just become dehumanized in my eyes. They become like a simulacrum of a human. They become what's the word I'm looking for? It's just worthless.
Kennedy, I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable, that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy. And my final question, did you say on a podcast, and I quote, "I wouldn't leave abortion to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term." Did you say that, Mr. Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy? This matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe, that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver public schools and for families all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy. And I hope my colleagues will say to the president, I have no influence over him. I hope my colleagues will say to the president, out of 330 million Americans, we can do better than this.
Thank you. We need to move on. Senator Cassidy.
Mr. Kennedy, President Trump has sworn to protect Medicare. Republicans are exploring reforms to Medicaid that could help pay for Trump administration priorities. With this context, what will you do about dual eligibles?
About
dual eligibles?
Well, dual eligibles are not right now served very well under the system. Those are people who are eligible for both Medicaid and Medicare. And, you know, the I suppose my answer to that is to make sure that the programs are consolidated, that they're integrated, and the care is integrated. I look forward to working with you, Dr. Cassidy, on making sure that we take good care of people who are dual eligible.
And how do you propose that we integrate those programs? Does Medicare pay more, Medicare pay less, Medicaid pay more, Medicaid pay less? How do we do that?
Well, I'm not exactly sure because I'm not in there. I mean, it is difficult to integrate them because Medicare is under fee-for-service. It's paid for by employer taxes. Medicaid is fully paid for by the federal government, and it's not fee-for-service. So I do not know the answer to that. I look forward to exploring options with you.
Republicans, again, are looking at ways to potentially reform Medicaid to help, pay for President Trump's priorities, but to improve outcomes. What thoughts do you have regarding Medicaid reform?
Well, Medicaid is not working for Americans, and it's specifically not working for the top.
By far and away, the best medical program in America, bar none, is Medicaid. It has the best outcomes for the lowest cost. Now, there are problems with it because oftentimes providers will deny Medicaid patients. But if you look at like the satisfaction with Medicaid, if you look at the medical outcomes of Medicaid, it absolutely tops the charts.
Target population, most Americans like myself, I'm on Medicare Advantage and I'm very happy with it. Most people who are on
Medicare Advantage is a scam program that steals trillions of dollars from the government to give people less care.
Not happy. The premiums are too high. The deductibles are too high. The networks are narrow. The best doctors will not accept it in the best hospitals. And particularly, Medicaid was originally designed for a target population of the poorest Americans. It's now been dramatically expanded. And the irony of the expansion is that the poorest Americans are now being robbed. Their services have dramatically decreased, even though we've increased the price of Medicare by 60% over the last 4 years. The target population is being robbed.
With that
figure
said,
out other options.
Obviously, you've thought about that, and I appreciate that. What reforms do you recommend, again, that would improve services, I suppose, but also make it more cost efficient?
Well, President Trump has given me the charge of improving quality of care and lowering the price of care for all Americans. There are many things that we can do. I mean, what we want to, the ultimate outcome, I think, is to increase transparency, to increase accountability, and to transition to a value-based system rather than a fee-based system,
so
rather than a service-based system.
On Medicaid in particular, can you just kind of take those kind of general principles and apply it to the Medicaid program?
Listen, I think that there are many, many options with telemedicine, with AI right now. And, there's including direct primary care systems. We're seeing that movement grow across the country. There's one of the largest providers.
So going back to Medicaid, though, and speaking of these specific advances, what reforms are you proposing with these ideas vis-a-vis Medicaid?
Well, I don't have a broad proposal for dismantling the program.
Of course not saying that.
I think what we need to do is we need to experiment with pilot programs in each state. We need to keep our...
Guys, pilot programs in every state! We need to have pilot programs. If you are one of these people who are like, I think we need to study this, your brain is smooth. You're dumb as fuck. Yeah, nobody thought of studying different healthcare systems and see what comes with the best outcomes, guys. We got to study it, guys. We got to study. We need laboratories.
On the ultimate goal, which is value-based care, which is transparency, accountability, access.
And one more thing, going back to Medicare, you mentioned you're an MA. You mentioned earlier the Medicare fee-for-service. Do you have any kind of thoughts as to whether or not patients on fee-for-service should move into MA, or how should we handle that?
Whether patients
who are on Medicare fee-for-service.
Traditional Medicare?
Yes.
That's their choice right now. Well, I mean, we have, I think, 32 million Americans, or 30 million Americans on Medicare, on traditional Medicare, and then another 34 or 34 on Medicare Advantage, roughly half and half. And I think more people would rather be on Medicare Advantage because it offers very good services, but people can't afford it. It's much more expensive. Oh, in answer to your first question, there are all kinds of exciting things that we can be doing, including cooperatives, which President Trump has supported, including health savings accounts, which President Trump has supported. All of these things to make people more accountable for their own health.
And so we'd bring the cooperatives and the health savings accounts into Medicare and Medicaid?
Exactly. We try to increase those, the use of those, and to direct primary care, to continue to transition into a value-based program that is private. Americans don't, by and large, do not like the Affordable Care Act. People are on it. They don't like Medicaid. They like Medicare.
That would be wrong. Most Americans have some connection to Medicaid. 2/3 of adults in the U.S. say they have some connection to Medicaid, including health insurance, pregnancy-related care, home health care, or nursing home care, coverage for a child, or to help pay for Medicare premiums. Large majorities of the public hold favorable views of the Medicaid program. A majority of Democrats, 87%, Independents, 81%, and Republicans, 63%, view the program favorably. Among people that have a connection with Medicaid, 75% say it's working well. Of those who don't have a connection to Medicaid, 57% say it's working well. So even the people that aren't using the program overwhelmingly think it's working well. And when you have contact with the program, you really like it. 2/3 of people living in non-expansion states want their state to expand their Medicaid programs. So non-expansion states are red states. That's the states that have not expanded it. So 2/3 of people in red states want it expanded. So it's extremely popular. When people use it, they like it. And when they don't have access to it, they want it to be expanded. Every single thing he just said is factually wrong.
They like private insurance. We need to listen to what they would prefer to be on private insurance. Most Americans, if they can afford to be, will be on private insurance. We need to figure out ways to improve care, particularly for elderly, for veterans, for the poor in this country. And Medicaid, the current model is not doing that. I would ask, any of the Democrats who are chuckling just now, do you think all that money, the $900 billion that we're sending to Medicaid every year, has made Americans healthy? Do we think it's working for anybody? Are the premiums low enough?
We do need to move on.
The best way to lower premiums, chat, the best way to lower premiums is to give the insurance companies more money and tell them they get to raise it.
Senator Warner.
Well, I got to tell you, for literally hundreds of thousands of Virginians, Medicaid is what prevents them from health crises on a daily and weekly basis. And some imaginary new plan, and if there was a new plan that was to be the basis of what Trump was going to do in repealing Obamacare, I would have thought by now we'd have seen it. I got to tell you, listen,
Senator, can I reply to that?
Senator, Mr. Kennedy, I got questions. I appreciate our visit. I know you take your views seriously. And I don't reflexively vote. I voted for 4 of President Trump's nominees already. Got a lot of grief from folks on this panel. But I got to tell you, I saw an email that you put out Monday night, or your campaign did, in a fundraising email. Your presidential campaign celebrated that the freeze on all new regulations, guidance, and announcements is a way to protect unelected bureaucrats from further undermining our health freedom. Then you ask your donors to help pay for your campaign debt. Did your campaign and you put out that?
I don't think my campaign exists anymore.
All right, well, listen, I got to tell you this. Somebody's out there soliciting money for it. Maybe you ought to find out who is. The fact that you celebrate this freeze, do you think that was a good idea to put all of this on hold for 90 days, funding and any kind of further work, NIH research?
As Chairman Crapo pointed out.
I'm not asking for, I love Mike Crapo. I'm asking you. You're up very, very important position.
As he pointed out, Senator, the portals that were closed were not closed as a result of the Trump
Let me just tell you, I'd like you to explain, excuse me, sir, I'd like you to explain to a domestic violence center in Richmond that's saying because this freeze, they may have to close down, where those battered women to go. Or a rural nonprofit I've got in the Shenandoah Valley who's saying that freeze is going to potentially shut down their ability to operate. So I guess if you deny or don't know what your campaign's sending on, you don't know if you raised a lot of money Monday night.
I'm saying that the Trump administration
you don't know if you raised a lot of money.
The Trump administration has made clear that it does not want to freeze benefits for any Americans under Medicaid or Medicare, and I do not want to dismantle Medicaid.
The freeze is affecting beyond Medicare and Social Security. I would hope you would have known that to be able to answer some of this. Now, you've said publicly you want to immediately get rid of 600 NIH workers on job one, on day one. When we had our meeting, you said you'd actually like to get rid of 2,200 people from HHS. Which offices are you going to start cutting and riffing these 2,200 workers from?
Senator, there's 200 political appointees that are changed during every administration.
So if you got rid of those 200 political appointees, you're not going to replace them with your political appointees?
Well, President Biden this year changed 3,000 employees at HHS, 3,750 at NIH.
Your 2,200, what departments are you going to pick them from?
Well, the same as President Biden did when he changed 3,000 out.
Let me just, I'm down to a minute 30. The chairman's been generous with colleagues on both sides. I may have to go a couple minutes over, but let me just say, so let's just answer, this would be, I hope, since you're asking to become the top healthcare official in the United States in terms of HHS, huge ramifications, and part of this job is to be the senior advisor to the president on health.
Personally, like, I look at this situation and I say to myself, is the damage to American citizens worth the destruction of the American empire? That's the questions we're now asking ourselves, which is like, obviously this is bad, right? Is this the type of damage that will knock America off the top perch as global hegemon? Will more and more people turn away from the United States? Is this so obviously this is very harmful. And obviously, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a moron. But the U.S. is, being undermined and destroyed. It's sort of like when the Soviet Union collapsed, right? That was without a doubt positive for the American hegemon, right? So even though a lot of Russians died, 3 million Russians died because of the fall of the Soviet Union, was that good for America as a global hegemon? And so now the same question is being asked about America. Like, if Americans suffer, but it results in the fall of America as global hegemon, exactly how many American lives are worth sacrificing for that? That is the question that's being asked. I want it to be zero. I don't want any Americans to die. I want Americans to have a better life. But that's not the opportunity. That's not the question we're being asked.
Issues. So when we're looking at this purge and we're looking at laying off workers, when we're looking at potentially the president's illegal offer to try to buy out federal employees, which I would say to any federal employees, think twice. Has this individual in his business world ever fulfilled his contracts or obligations to any workers in the past? But if you are in this position, will you pledge that you will not fire federal employees who work on food safety, work on trying to preventing things like salmonella?
Senator, there are 91,000 employees.
So that, I take that as that's a simple yes, and I'm going to take that as a no. I take that as a no. Will you actually? We talked about protecting Americans from cyber criminals, something we need to do a lot more on. Will you commit not to fire anyone in the health arena who currently works on protecting Americans from cyber attacks in their healthcare files?
I will commit to not firing anybody who's doing their job.
Based on your opinion, based upon your opinion, or your political agenda, or Mr. Trump's political agenda?
Based upon my opinion.
So I guess that means a lot of the folks who've had any type of views on vaccines will be out of work. Will you freeze grant funding for community health centers? Will you freeze federal funds for community health centers, the way the current administration has done?
The White House has made clear that no funds are going to be denied to any American for benefits in any program.
Do you know what happens at community health centers? Those are direct.
Are you talking about the Indian health centers?
No, I'm talking about community health centers across the country.
I understand that. I mean, I strongly
So you're going to excuse Indian health centers, which is good, but others are not. They're going to get their funds frozen?
I strongly support community health centers, as does the president.
So does that mean you're not going to freeze the funding that is currently frozen?
The White House has made clear that none of that funding is supposed to be frozen.
Sir, the direct payments are different than how the government operates. We fund the federal government down to community health centers. As a former governor, lots and lots of state programs that are related to health care that come from the federal government, they come down to the state, then it goes to local programs. All of those don't directly pay out $1 at a time, but they come from federal funding. They are all, even though they keep changing the guidance on a minute-by-minute basis, based upon 9:45 or 10:30 or 10:45, whatever time it is today, those funds are still frozen. Sir, I just honestly, I want to give you a fair shot, but I don't feel like you approach this job with the knowledge and candidly your willingness not to commit, try to recommend to the president to make sure these funds are unfrozen and that people's lives were at stake is a very disappointing answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, it's good to see you again. We had some great visits in my office. We've done some follow-up calls to be able to go through. You and I have talked about 100 different issues and backgrounds and things. You've been able to address a lot of them today and just different questions to be able to clear up social media rumors and the things that are out there on it. So I do appreciate that. We've talked about pharmacy benefit managers. We've talked about the nursing home rule the Biden administration put down. We talked about your views on agriculture and commercial and row crop agriculture. We've talked about food issues, and you made it very, very clear. You're not going to tell Americans what to eat, but you do want Americans to know what they're eating. And I think that's a pretty fair perspective on that. I do want to talk to you about some areas that you and I have talked about as well. We have some disagreements, you and I, on the issue of life and when life begins on that. You've been very outspoken on that, and we've had some good opportunities to be able to talk about that. Title 10 is specifically in the HHS area. This has been an area that has been interpreted for a long time, and President Trump in the first administration interpreted that rule to say that his administration will prohibit the performance, referral for, or promotion of abortion as a part of the Title 10 program. That he made that very clear.
Okay, fuck these conservatives. They're boring as fuck. Let's go to something that's good. Fuck all these boring ass centrists and Republicans. They bore me. They're boring. All right. That means it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the first woman of color to be hired by Harvard Law School, the first faculty member of color, the first indigenous American professor at Harvard Law School.
Credited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You've said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not going to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm happy to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this question.
I don't think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Let's keep going. You're right because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future. So I want to talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put together that case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court, the Daubert hearing?
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're secretary and for 4 years after. It's just...
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No. I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation, even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm, and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS, and I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science.
All I want to say is, like, there's sometimes an argument that we're in the worst of all possible worlds. That the world that we live in is designed to maximize suffering. And Donald Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. being in charge of health services, it kind of feels like that might have a point. You might have a point. You might have a point. This is probably one of the most incompetent, corrupt pieces of shit I could imagine getting this job. There is a lot of pharmaceutical company executives who could have been HHS secretary. You know what I mean? Like a former CEO of Pfizer could be a Republican HHS secretary. Yeah, they would probably be biased. Yeah, they would probably be doing corrupt shit to help Pfizer make more money, right? And that's bad. But this guy is like, he takes the corruption and it's on another level of malicious stupidity, incompetence, mediocrity. I mean, this is what the end of empire feels like. This is just dumb sociopaths taking power. For a long time, America was ruled by intelligent sociopaths, but we've degenerated. We've degenerated. The sociopaths are in, but they're degenerating to kind of this like hedonistic, subhuman type of sociopath. It's not good.
Science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator Tillis, I think would be important for me to make it very clear that Mr. Kennedy has gone through the same Office of Government Ethics process as every single other nominee in the Finance Committee this year and in previous administrations. In addition to listing his assets, including the items that you've identified, he has signed an ethics letter that has been reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics concerning any possible conflict in light of its functions and the nominee's proposed duties. And we have a letter from the Office of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman, point of information here. Have we had a single nominee come through who's made $2.5 million off suing one of the entities that it would be regulating and plans to keep getting a take of every lawsuit in the future? Have we had that before?
I haven't reviewed the past documentation of every other nominee's financial interests, and so no. But I know that every single time we get a nominee, their financial interests are attacked. That's why we have the Office of Government Ethics. That's why they've reviewed everything that's in his record, and that's why he has even, I think, and I don't know that I want to ask him to get into it, but he has listed his assets and has gone through a discussion of the responsibilities under our ethics laws and has complied with all of those requirements. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, how's your morning going?
So far, so good.
Good. You came prepared. I'm glad that you did. You, I believe, addressed to my satisfaction a question about Title X and the President's priority with respect to Planned Parenthood. Can you just affirm that you are 100% behind the President's policy on Title X and the implementation?
I'm 100% behind it, Senator.
Thank you. You know, it's amazing to me that people, well, first off, you need to understand, I was in a judiciary hearing this morning. It's very clear to me that some of these nominations are going to be shirts and skins. So no matter what you answer in the affirmative, they're going to ask you one more question so that you won't be able to answer in the affirmative. That's just the way the game gets played when we have nominees like yourself. So I think you're handling yourself well. I got a real quick question for you. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
That is a pejorative, Senator, that's applied to me, mainly to keep me from asking.
Is he changing color?
Powerful interest. I was told that.
Am I crazy, or is Kennedy getting like darkening before our eyes? Like it's like his blood is congealing within the skin. Like the reptilian has been wearing the skin suit for too long.
When the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy. Now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now FDA has acknowledged that and banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week, JAMA published a meta-review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I could go on for about a week.
So is there any one of them that you can say, you got me? That really was a conspiracy theory? Or are you in a position to submit for the record? I think it'd just be helpful for every one of these narratives for you to submit that maybe for the record. You said something about SNAP lunch. I was in the State House in North Carolina before I came here, and anytime I'd go visit an elementary school, the first thing I would do is go to the trash cans in the cafeteria. And what we have now are kids that are not eating the food because the dictates of the federal government have made it something that they don't want. But they say, well, it's a healthy alternative. It has processed materials in it, and it's not particularly attractive to them. So they throw it away. Trash cans full of food that these kids didn't eat. So then what do? They go eat snacks, or they go eat or they drink a sugared drink. The SNAP program, everything you've said about the SNAP program, I agree with. I think that we should be very, very strict about that, and it's going to make some people uncomfortable in the food manufacturing segment, produce healthy foods that we can put in the SNAP program. That's the way to address it. But we also need to look at the school health program. I was PTA president 21, 22 years ago at my daughter's high school, and I feel like we've got these kids that need help. We've got to guide them through a process. Many of them are probably on Medicaid, and Medicaid's failing them. Everybody here says Medicaid is sacrosanct. Nobody's admitted that Medicaid is not producing positive health outcomes. Is that your problem in Medicaid right now, the program or the outcomes?
Is the outcomes. We're spending $900 billion, and our people are getting sicker every single year.
Yeah, so
And
anybody who's
President Trump
building
wants people to have it, Americans to have high-quality insurance. That's what
anybody
he's-
who's building a case for the status quo of Medicaid is by extension saying that they're happy with the outcomes. I think it's unacceptable. I do have a question for you on Project Warp Speed. We supported the CARES Act. We had 97 people in the U.S. Senate vote for it. Everybody here. There was only one member of Congress that voted against it, I believe. And Project Warp Speed had CDC, FDA, NIH, and BARDA very much in the mix. Now, some people think that you're going to...
This is like a little quick study about Medicaid outcomes. Research shows that Medicaid improves health across a variety of indicators. For example, one recent study compared Arkansas and Kentucky, which have adopted the Affordable Care Act's Medicaid expansion, with Texas, which hasn't. In the expansion's first 3 years, the uninsured rate among the group eligible for expansion coverage dropped by more than 20 percentage points more in Arkansas and Kentucky than in Texas. In Arkansas and Kentucky, the expansion fueled a 29% increase in the share of people with a personal doctor and a 24% increase in the share of people who received a checkup in the past year. With greater access to care came better outcomes. Medicaid expansion resulted in a 42% increase in the share of people who said they were in excellent health. In Arkansas and Kentucky, Medicaid expansion has made people more financially secure. The share of people having trouble paying their medical bills dropped by 25%. Medicaid also produces long-term improvements in health and well-being. For example, among African American children, Medicaid eligibility during early childhood reduced mortality rates in later teenage years by 13 to 20%. In addition, research published in the New England Journal of Medicine reported that expansions of Medicaid coverage for low-income adults in Arizona, Maine, and New York reduced all-cause mortality by 6.1%. Likewise, the expansion of Medicaid and other health coverage in Massachusetts in 2006 significantly reduced mortality, especially deaths from causes affected by healthcare. Other studies show that children eligible for Medicaid for more of their childhood earn more as adults and are likelier to attend and complete college.
Come in here and insert yourself into those agencies in a way that's never been done before. Let's say that they're a part of a future project.
Those numbers
Warp
are
Speed.
insane.
Is it your intent to go in and do something that's never been done before, based on my staff's research, and insert yourself in a discussion that the scientists are dealing with in those different agencies?
No, Senator, what I want to do is, I'm not a scientist. I want to empower scientists. I want to make sure that science is unobstructed by vested or economic interests.
That's good.
Or by bad culture. And I'll just say about Operation Warp Speed, it was an extraordinary accomplishment, demonstration of leadership by President Trump. When he promoted Operation Warp Speed, he was looking at all of the different remedies, including vaccines.
Therapeutics, everything.
Therapeutic, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, famotidine, even chlorine dioxide. And he was not looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year, forcing all social distancing that did not have any scientific basis, which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said, we took it out of thin air. But all of those changed during the Biden administration. And it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the worst, the highest death count of any country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've heard a lot of people complaining about health care delivery, Medicaid, on the other side of the dais here. Who's been responsible for health care policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden administration.
I mean, the president, the Biden, okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years. I haven't, but I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thanks for being with us. I very much like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6, 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion
while at the same time 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Health care a human right. Is health care a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right,
yeah.
I would say it's different because with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. Well, and so are you getting...
And there you have it, chat. And this is the conservative argument in a nutshell. Every single one of us makes mistakes or does things that are not optimal for our health. Sometimes I eat a hamburger. Sometimes I eat a hot dog. Sometimes I don't keep up with my exercise. Maybe I didn't floss every day. So RF Kennedy Jr.'s and the conservative plan is they want to take a microscope to your life with the government and say, well, you did this wrong and no help for you. As if, I mean, this is Jesus, one of the premier Christian parable. If you learn anything from Jesus Christ, the parable of the stoning, I think is what it's called, is the most important one, which is he without sin cast the first stone, aka stop being such a judgmental piece of shit about other people and use it as an excuse to do them harm because you're imperfect, you're a sinner, you make mistakes, and you should be helped, and you should be treated with compassion, and you should be treated with forgiveness, and just like that person that you're condemning. So nobody is without health sins. Shut the fuck up. This is irrelevant. If you smoke for 20 years and you get lung cancer, I think that government should pay for your lung cancer treatment. That's an idiotic point. That is an unbelievably stupid fucking point. Are you fucking kidding me? You did heroin, you dumb son of a bitch!
Guaranteed the same right, or is there also a duty?
I'm sorry, I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right, every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right, you've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
To equalize it?
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting with President Trump a week ago where we showed him the charts.
He knows the charts.
We're paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think in principle we can. We should end that disparity.
Good. Okay. That's great. All right. I happen to believe that climate change is real, it's an existential threat, and it is a healthcare issue. Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China. Question is, in your judgment, is climate change a hoax or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
All right, you believe that you think that you disagree with Trump, you don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to make
just asking you that, Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay. I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that abortion is a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life. A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me why you think people should have confidence in your consistency
and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time?
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people of New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question here because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you're trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unvaxxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product.
I see a lot of people in chat saying no shot, and that's exactly his plan. Like, honestly, you know what this is? This is making me kind of think I need to go and look at, make sure I have every vaccine I can get before they run out. I'm like, maybe I should go get hepatitis A. Maybe I should go and like get, I never got HPV because I'm old, but maybe I should go get that. I'm like, I'm sitting that back and I'm like, you know, like maybe I should go and see what vaccines I can, that I haven't gotten and I'm eligible for. I'm just like, holy fucking shit. How do these grown-ass adults make it their deathbed and not have any shame? I wouldn't leave my house after a flip-flop like that. You have to understand something about conservatives. Conservatism is about serving your own ego. That's the number one thing, okay? That's the number one thing that people don't acknowledge about conservatism. Conservatism basically says the people that are at the top deserve to be at the top because they're better, right? And any criticism of the people at the top, any attempt to like balance society or redistribute wealth or power is a perversion of the natural hierarchy, okay? That's what the argument is. But what it really is a self-stroke, right? Because if you're a conservative and you have any position, you are saying my position is deserved. I earned it. I'm better. And so that is an ego stroke. And then the second part is I get to punch down and abuse and bully the people below me because they are lesser humans. That is what conservatism is doing. It's giving you sadistic permission and it's giving you narcissistic supply. That right there is most conservatives right there. Right there. And sometimes conservatives live vicariously through other people's merit. Like, this is the funny thing. What's very ironic about modern conservatism in America is how collectivist it is and identitarian it is. Basically, the biggest in-poll SJW types are not the blue-haired libs. They are conservatives. They're screaming about the white race. They have a fucking white marble statue in their profile picture. They're simultaneously believing that Greek civilization and Viking civilization and French civilization and Portuguese civilization and Sicilian civilization is the same fucking thing. And they're saying it's white. They're like, these are all white civilization. It doesn't matter that they have completely different cultures. They have completely different histories, completely different languages, completely different nationalities and cultural folkways. And they just call it white. And they get to cherry pick things they like from like a Wikipedia page history. This is conservatism in a nutshell today. It is just, to call it stupid insults stupidity. We need a new word for it. Like, I'm thinking deeply how to describe this type of thinking system. It's like socio-narcissism. Socio-narcissism. I'm coining that. It's basically a way of thinking about society that gratifies your ego the most. Socio-narcissism. That's conservatism. White Mass Sonata, thank you for the 521s. Do you get what I mean? It's just like, what I believe about the world is whatever makes me think I'm the best. Or what makes me think that I am better. You know, it's just, I slot random ideas, random things I pick up just into this like mind palace where means that I'm better. Malicious, narcissistic, ignorant nativism, yeah.
To parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with leadership.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackman.
Jesus.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being with us today. And I have no
like honestly, it's a good thing that there are rules on Twitch. Like sometimes I think like, man, I'm being censored, and I wish I could say what I really think. But on the other hand, I think that the rules are actually helping me be a better communicator and a better leader. Because if I could just say what I was thinking, like I would just come across as like somebody who is a little bit unhinged. You know what I mean? Like even though it feels justified right now, the fact that I'm not allowed to speak those kind of thoughts is a good thing. And it's a good thing that Twitch provides you kind of guardrails, you know? Like I used to think of it as a constraint, but now I see it for what it is, which is help. You know, it's like bumper rails in the bowling alley, right? Like ironically, I could throw the bowling ball even harder because the bumper rails are keeping me out of the gutter. You know what I mean? Like I'm much more like, on a certain sense, I feel constrained by the bumpers, but on the other hand, you know what? It's actually making, you know, it's keeping me out of the gutter. That's good. I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you, Twitch, for censoring me. Thank you for forcing me to be a little bit more hinged.
doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job for the people of this country. And I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about and didn't have time to cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95 counties are rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures. So we have focused on access in rural areas. And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages, and also Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children, and $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our entire population. half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers. Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem.
Wait, did he say benzos? Did he say benzos while I was up? He's such a drug addict. He's such a drug addict. That reminds me of a friend of mine who went insane. He was hugely addicted to benzos. It was like 15 years ago. Now this guy's basically the HHS secretary. Jesus Christ.
We have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you make us healthy again.
Thank you.
Socio-narcissism. Socio-narcissism. Remember that phrase? Remember it? Remember it? Clap like a seal. Clap like a seal.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan.
No, you're next. I'm next.
Excuse me, I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Kennedy. And I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state. And innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views?
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine and gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in.
No, he doesn't. These are just, by the way, this is just meaningless rhetoric. I want you all to start inoculating yourselves a little bit better against rhetoric and start listening for information. So much of our lives is ring-fenced by rhetorical preambles and bullshit phrases and signifiers that have actual no content and no informational content. When you communicate with people, I want you to try to listen for information, and when you speak, communicate information. That is the fundamentally most important thing you can do to make yourself less of a dumbass. One of the constant irritations in my life is listening to people talk and they say fucking nothing. And RF Kennedy Jr. here is speaking without saying anything. And if somebody is doing that, they're trying to manipulate you. They're trying to manipulate your emotional state. A person who respects you doesn't try to manipulate your emotional state. They get to the fucking point and they trust your judgment. If somebody respects you, if somebody thinks of you as an equal, they don't spend their time manipulating you. They don't spend their time on preambles and bullshit rhetoric and framing devices. They tell you the information.
And 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is...
This is the richest country in the world. We barely spend anything on any research. The only research we fund is for the fucking military, which they get infinite trillions. Healthcare? Technology? If it ain't military, it ain't getting funded.
92% accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
the money is going to infectious disease.
But I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is we had to respond, and it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response. So I take this too. The University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you commit to protecting stem cell research for scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's done.
My job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration is get a handle on everything that is driving up prices and lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price, not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
I think one of the really notable achievements of this panel was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but of the 60-odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was. And President Trump, during his first administration, pushed a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. You believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate?
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need to get rid of all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay, somebody suggested, though, that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping off, really, they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have to legislate in this area.
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years.
Stakeholders. His job is to meet with the stakeholders. Absolutely fucking worthless. Absolutely fucking worthless.
People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well, it's,
That doesn't mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants to get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high-quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you. And let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And let me say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions. I want my colleagues to have the opportunity to raise their concerns as well.
Well, I've said, as I have indicated to you, Senator Wyden, I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
Okay, you are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, when we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage? Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
I would guess, I don't know the answer, I would guess about 30 million.
I have it, Mr. Kennedy. About 41% or 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it, that the premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to the insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions.
You see what I mean about the information versus rhetoric split? That's the most important thing that you can look at. Whenever you're watching what any of these dumb motherfuckers speak about anything, rhetoric versus information. And oftentimes people will phrase sentences in a way like it is information, but when you think about it, you didn't learn anything, right? Like, what are you learning? What can you point to and say, that's a good point. It's just like gesturing in the direction of a point, but actually not making one.
Ask for your indulgence to be able to get through them, yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction in getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting specialized care. 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
President Trump has not told me that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about President Trump.
I support making it better, Senator.
If President Trump asks you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Well, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. And
you don't
I'm going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on. Do you know how many states will end?
Yeah, by the way, chat, the White House has just caved. I just tweeted this on my other monitor. It's why I was being quiet there for a second, because I was looking at it, and I just tweeted this. The White House is rescinding the memo that took effect yesterday on the federal aid freeze. Memorandums for heads of executive departments and agencies from Matthew J. Vaith, acting director of the Office of Management and Budget. Rescission of Memo 25-13. OMB Memorandum M-25-13 is rescinded. If you have questions about implementing the president's executive orders, please contact your agency general counsel. People pushed back viciously and instantaneously. Those motherfuckers folded.
Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing with Mr. Kennedy, folks. So I just hope that we can
Senator Lujan, you are right, and I ask the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to the expansion. So,
It's a smaller number. So it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country. And in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if, in fact, that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America. But Medicaid has been shown to improve health outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion about caring for folks. I believed that passion. My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So
I just wrote "Get fucked Trump" and a message from Twitch came up asking if I wanted to post that because it is offensive. My guess, like, whenever you say, maybe you have settings on. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Maybe it's a new setting they implemented because you said fucked. The thing about Twitch that many people don't understand is it has a very Mormon culture, which is like stuff that you and I would look at and go like, oh yeah, that's not a problem. To them is like, oh my God. But things that you and I would be like, what the fuck? That's disgusting. They're like, whoa, that's normal. So like, if you imagine a white guy playing a violent video game, you know, saying something misogynistic about women, which has no problem with that. But if you saw a woman in a bikini drinking a Coca-Cola, whoa, advertisers, they're worried. They're worried. Salt Lake City Temple might not buy ads on that. So once you kind of understand that Twitch is got the mentality of a conservative Mormon, then you can kind of predict what scandalous behavior is going to be. That really helped me understand it.
What are you going to do when programs are eliminated to...
What the fuck is a Mormon? Are you not American? Mormonism is the most popular cult in the world. It was founded in upstate New York in the 1800s by a huckster, by a known fraudster and scam artist. Unfortunately, they tried to make their own country in the American state of Utah, but eventually it was a polygamous cult, and they tried to make their own country in the deserts of Utah. But eventually, the United States forced them to get rid of polygamy in exchange for being a normal state. It's a very, very creepy cult. They basically say that, you know, if you want to know what they believe. Basically, the huckster claimed to have found golden plates that had a secret book of the Bible that explained when Jesus Christ came to America. It's very, very weird. But they're hyper conservative. They don't believe in any they think that caffeine is kind of a scandalous drug. That's one of their many beliefs. It's probably one of the most creepy and insane cults. They do stuff like baptize people that are dead in their religion. Like they baptized Hitler and said that he was a Mormon. They baptized all the Jews of the Holocaust post-mortem. They also are behind all the big, like, you know, like the heritage, like, you know, the websites like 23andMe and like things like that. Mormons own them. It's a very weird cult.
Require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine.
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's been deeply involved with them. My family, father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, a failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservation.
This is relevant to what we're talking about today, which is in 2001, Mormon billionaire James Sorensen started one of the earliest genetic test kit companies, Relative Genetics, in part due to his religious interests. It was later bought by Ancestry.com, another Mormon company. While today Ancestry is a publicly traded company, it uses LDS church records and the IGI. All LDS church members receive free memberships, and they could use their account to send relatives they find on Ancestry.com directly to the LDS church for proxy baptism with the click of a button. It's very funny people don't know this kind of. I know all these like little details and little stories about how the world is full of weird shit that you don't know about. You probably shouldn't give your DNA to Ancestry.com. Unfortunately, you probably already have through relatives who have done it, which you can't control them, and their DNA is your DNA. So, hate to see it.
People that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit to that because I don't know who they are.
Well, there's
I'll
some
commit
folks out
to
there doing the
working
work.
with you to make sure those positions are
Ancestry.com. I don't know if 23andMe is, but I would assume it is.
Because I think there's some commonality here, but answers matter. And so I'd like to get those as timely as possible. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I'll say is one of the conversations I had last before this hearing was with a family that I've been working with to work with my Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life. What I'm asking now, Mr. Chairman, is unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" End quote. And I'll note that the first sentence states, quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will be back as soon as we can.
You hear
country
attributed that 5
that there's an epidemic of chronic
and encourage the audience to continue to be respectful as we conclude the hearing. With that, Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease account for probably 80% of health challenges in America. You know how many times I heard my friends across the aisle mention any 3 of those? I don't know if we've lost the forest for the trees here. Vaccine is a critical issue. I understand that. I don't see how Mr. Kennedy's position could be any more clear that he's going to support the vaccines, he's going to support the science and empowerment to parents and their doctors to make these choices. 60% of Americans have a chronic disease, that there's an epidemic of chronic diseases across the country. And this Make America Healthy Again movement is palpable to me. It started on the campaign trail in 2020 when moms I'd never met, that never involved in the political process, came up to me and said, look, I want to make these choices about my children with my doctor, not the federal government. That it's a very real thing. Moms, dads, grandparents across the country grab me and say, look, why do 20% of our children now, why are they on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy, what is your prescription to help make America healthy again? What's your vision? What does that look like to you?
Thank you, Senator Marshall. We're having epidemics of all these chronic illnesses, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, allergic diseases, obesity. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. No other country has anything like this. In Japan,
That's not true. There's what? That's not true. Mexico, Great Britain, most of Europe at this point. Like, what are you talking about? They literally do, because our American global corporations, our multinational corporations, have spread our vile fucking paste everywhere.
Obesity rate is still 3%. And epidemics are not caused by genes. Genes may provide the vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. Something is poisoning the American people. And we know that the primary culprits are changing food supply, the switch to highly chemical intensive processed foods. We have 10,000 ingredients in our country, in our foods. The Europeans have only 400. If you buy at McDonald's French fries in our country, there's 11 ingredients, my understanding. In Europe,
that requires regulations. Wait, regulations are good all of a sudden? We love regulations. We love big government. We love government going in there and saying you can't do it. What do you think in Europe they got rid of those things because they just only wanted to poison Americans? Why do you think corn syrup exists?
There's only 3. If you buy Fruit Loops in our country, they're loaded with food dyes, with yellow dye, red dye, blue dye, and many other ingredients. The same company makes the same product with different ingredients for Canada and Europe.
Yeah, they don't look as bright. Their Fruit Loops are more dim because they're using food safe dyes as opposed to the dyes we use. That's called regulations and government.
And at age, we don't have good science on all these things. And that is deliberate. That's a deliberate choice not to study the things that are truly making us sick, that are not only contributing to chronic disease, but to mortalities from infectious disease. We need to get a handle on this, because if we don't, it's an existential threat. Our country is not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong, or because we get one of these culture war issues that we've been talking about today wrong. It's going to be destroyed if we continue down this trajectory of chronic disease. We need to fix our food supply, and that's the number one.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Certainly, I share your concern with ultra-processed foods. On the other end of this food chain are my farmers and ranchers back home. Would you just take a second and share your compassion, how you feel about farmers and ranchers, that they respond to the market? They don't dictate the market. They grow what the market is wanting them to grow.
And Senator Hawley told me the other day that his brother-in-laws are all farmers. And he said 4 out of every 5 of his brother-in-laws has Parkinson's disease. And that kind of cluster we're seeing across farm country of cancers, autoimmune diseases, obesity, et cetera. And we can now not export American food to Europe because the Europeans won't take our food. That's not good for farmers. We're also destroying our soil because some of the chemicals that farmers use destroy the microbiome. And that causes the erosion of the soil. You can't get water infiltration. Water pools up and it washes the soil off. Agronomists now estimate that we only have, if we continue doing these processes, only 60 harvests left before our soil is gone. So farmers are using seeds and chemicals that are, over the long term, are costing them and us. And what we need to do is we need to support the farmers. We need the farmers as partners if we're going to make them out.
Who does it think the farming is in America? It's massive agribusiness that owns hundreds of thousands of acres of monoculture using GMOs sprayed with glycophosphates. Like, what are you talking about? This is all diarrhea. Do you see what I mean about rhetoric and information? Nothing is being said here.
Work. And I don't want a single farmer to go out of business under our watch. I don't regulate if I'm privileged.
What the fuck? Is this free markets or not? What are you talking about? What if he's really lazy? What if he doesn't plant on time? What if he doesn't weed? What if he does, like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't want any farmer to go out of business. What? What if they're really bad at their job? What if they don't do the maintenance on their vehicle? Like, what are you talking about? It's a business.
It should be confirmed. I'm not regulating farms. That's under USDA. But I want to partner with all of my decisions with USDA and with the farm community to make sure that we don't lose more farmers in this country, but that we also transition. We offer and incentivize transitions to regenerative agriculture, to no-till agriculture, and to less chemically intensive. And by the way, I've also met with the chemical industry and the fertilizer and herbicide companies, and they want to do the same thing. Oh, and I think we're on the trajectory to do that, and we need to incentivize initiatives to accelerate that trajectory.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, the great news is that my farmers in Kansas are selling products to Europe, that today's regenerative practices, soil health, all those things are priorities for Kansas farmers. Many of us are doing many of those things already. We just need it to be more widespread. If I could just wrap up my remarks, though, is that, again, going back to the big picture here, 60% of Americans have a chronic disease. Mr. Kennedy, I believe for such a time as this that you're not just one of 300 million people. I think that you are the person to lead HHS to make America healthy again, that God has a divine purpose for you, and I look forward to your confirmation and working with you. Well, how could I argue with God has a divine purpose?
Thank you. How could we ever debate with God has a divine purpose for our HHS secretary with no scientific background, who founded an anti-vax organization, who has brain worms and is a former heroin addict and sex pervert? How could I debate with that? Whose voice is literally spasmodic because he did shitty street heroin in the 80s. How could I debate with this? Speaking of things you can't debate with, chat, you can't debate me when I demand that you subscribe right fucking now. Because there's no better coverage of these hearings than right here at the Central_Committee. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get a free sub. That's $2.50. You can take out of the billionaire's pockets and stuff into mine. And what am I going to do with that money? I'm going to advocate for a politics where we take it all from Jeff Bezos. We don't just start with $2.50. We take it all. So if you enjoy this type of coverage, if you want to see a robust left that is pugilistic, that uses words as a weapon. Here's one of my favorite quotes. When I think about, sometimes people will say to me that I don't, I get a little bit unhinged or a little bit too abrasive. Well, there's a famous quote, and this is what I say. Words ought to be used a little wild, for they are what assault the unthinking. If you want to use rhetoric that is always calm and boring, like a fucking social studies lecture by your 65-year-old high school teacher, no one's gonna listen to a thing you're fucking saying. You have to use your words as an assault on the unthinking. You have to perturb them. You must disrupt them. You must wobble them like a pin. Because if they're able to sit there and let your monotone wash the fuck over them, nothing's ever gonna change. Your tongue should be a knife. I didn't realize that you've dropped up 2K viewers over the last couple months. Yeah, it's called winning. It's called winning. And if you want to feel like we're winning, I want to show you something. It's very interesting. If you go to twitchtracker.com/central_committee and you look at this, November was obviously our best month in history. But you know what our second best month is? This month. That line goes from low on the left to high on the right. That's called growth, baby. Line go up. We are the 242 largest English channel from viewership, according to their metrics. We picked up 122 viewers since I started this stream. That is a W. And if you want to understand how big an average of 3674 is, I want to show you an old political streamer. He's washed up, banned from Twitch, now credibly accused of multiple sexually related crimes. When he was banned from this platform, he was only at 3,000. Small streamer. All right, let's keep going. Anyway, chat, we have a hype train going on. The top sub gifter and the top bit donor became the hype train conductor badge. If you get that, which is a golden locomotive next to your name. Chuck D's dropped a 50 bomb, but right now you could get the top cheer badge for as little as 200 bits. That's a 50 bomb from Chuck D's. We've been getting some big, heavy bombs lately from some of these supporters. But I want to let you know, chat. If you are somebody who can afford to pay for your own sub, it is like $6 a month. If you subscribe for multiple months, you get a discount on it. It is the single best way to support a streamer. It helps us in our personal lives, and it helps us demonstrate that this has long-term viability as a career. Because when you are a small business owner, you don't get treated like somebody who has a W-2 when you try to live your life. You know, you have every single thing you do is questioned. It's very annoying. Are you tracking the Fed meeting at all? They're not cutting rates. They're not cutting rates. Mac V, thank you for the 5 true ones. If they cut rates, that would be insane. Schumer at news conference. People are aroused. I haven't seen people this so aroused in a very long time.
You've encouraged them to obviously keep up this effort and to possibly contact the president. Do you realistically think that the president is going to listen to these people enough to
The roots of democracy are deep. And what we're saying is go to your local official, your local congressman, your local senator, and have them get to the president. But the roots of democracy are deep. People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time in terms of trying to get this done. So yes, I think democracy will have an effect, and we are going to keep at it. We're going to keep at it legally. We're going to keep at it legislatively, but we're also going to keep at it in terms of the grassroots. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
these different organizations, you've encouraged them.
Okay. He's talking about people being aroused, and he's saying the word root. Root is often slang for penis. Root chakra is your pelvic floor. And saying someone is deeply, deeply aroused. I mean, these are all sexual innuendos. He's doing sex. He's not just doing this, not just the aroused, it's the root. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? You must have been watching some Destiny clips. In your opinion, could Chuck Schumer be the Friedrich Ebert of America? I think of Chuck Schumer more like, what was the leader of the center party in Germany called? What was his name? Wilhelm Marx? No, that's not the one. Henrik Ruing from the moderate conservative wing. That's the one. That's Chuck Schumer. Ludwig Haas. That's maybe the one I'm thinking of. Like, basically, these are pathetic centrist dipshits who eventually just hand power over to the fascists. If you don't know who the center party is, they're basically like moderate centrists who were associated with the Catholic Church in Weimar, Germany. They're liberals, and they voted to give Hitler absolute power. That's who I think of in the Enabling Act. That's who I think of when I think of Chuck Schumer. Just a completely dopey moron.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you so much, Chairman Crapo and Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to be here.
New media bias chart dropped. Why do you guys post this? Why do you guys post this worthless fucking group that means nothing? New York Times opinion being far left is insane. You have to be a fucking total dipshit. They were for the Iraq war. Like, what are you talking about?
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Welcome to you and to your family. Thank you for meeting with me a few days ago.
Said it right. Nice.
I'd like to follow up, if I might, with some of the issues that we discussed in my office. I want to talk to you first about the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm proud of the work that the CDC does, proud that it's located in Georgia with more than 10,000 employees in my state. If confirmed, you would be the cabinet secretary over the CDC, representing HHS is about 29% of the federal budget. CDC is a part of that. Do you agree that the CDC's work is critical to Georgia, critical for our country, and the health of the entire world?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Isaacson, my Republican predecessor, would have agreed with that. Bless his memory. He was a fierce advocate for the CDC, as am I. The CDC is an agency filled with hard-working, dedicated public health servants. They wake up every single day working to keep us safe. I think we don't think often enough about their work, because it's easy not to celebrate the folks who are protecting you from that which doesn't appear because of the work that they're doing. So grateful for the work that the CDC employees do. Some of them are members of my church. I saw that deep commitment firsthand when I visited the CDC just last summer. Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps. You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church. You've also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail. For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that I know who are trying to keep the American public safe every single day. And as you are presented as the nominee for this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So you retract those statements?
I'm not retracting it. I never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript
of me saying that it's a Nazi death camp.
Let me read your words. It says that the institution CDC and the vaccine program, is your description of their work, is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And you know, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. That's pretty provocative language. You said in another statement to me, this is like Nazi death camp. I mean, let me finish. I'm just reading your words. I mean, what happened to these kids? 1 in 31 boys in this country, their minds are being robbed from them.
Yeah, I was not comparing the CDC to Nazi death camps. I was comparing the injury rate to our children to other atrocities.
Okay, first of all, let me just say this about autism. Autism is a disease that wasn't described until the 30s in a little country called Austria. Okay? So of course there were no diagnoses 100 years ago because the diagnoses did not exist. And when we okay, well, I shouldn't say disease. I should say constellation of behaviors. And that constellation of behaviors being observed is a social construct. Like everything in it is like autism. It's very funny. These guys will scream, there's only 2 genders, but everybody has autism. And it's like autism is a construct. It is something that we have created socially and placed around a certain cluster of behaviors. And because some of those behaviors are maladaptive for our modern industrial capitalist society, we have called them a disorder, or we have said that they are neuroatypical. But many of those behaviors were totally fine in other forms of social environment. You might even think it was good to be autistic in a different type of productive society, right? Like this is kind of the basic where you kind of become somebody who thinks when you realize this. I'm not saying that autism is bad, by the way. I'm saying that the idea of autism as a thing to be understood is a new idea. And it's a social construct, just like any other psychological descriptor of behavior. If you think that autism was handed down with the fucking commandments with Moses from God, you don't understand psychiatry. You don't understand what social construct means. And that is probably very frustrating for you because your lack of knowledge is retarding your ability to express yourself. Every label is a social construct. That point is kind of moot. No, it's not. Autism is a socially mediated descriptor that is relatively recent. And so our understanding of it is not complete. And to describe it as RFK Kennedy Jr. is describing it as just a disease that is a result of an injury caused by a vaccine, instead of, oh, we have developed an understanding of this cluster of behaviors. We've named them maladaptive for our industrial society, and we are looking to correct some of these behaviors so that people will be more productive for capitalism. That's basically what's happening. Okay. And if you have a problem with me saying that, you're just not understanding how medicine and psychiatry operates within our society. You need to spend some more time thinking. All psychological diagnoses are culturally contextual, so schizophrenia could be the village shaman in another context. I mean, of course they will. Of course. The History of Madness by Foucault is an instrumental in this historical tracking. People really hate learning like this. People don't like the idea that something like autism is an invention of human civilization. Like, they really hate that idea. They want to naturalize it. And so it is, it's always, you always get a lot of pushback whenever you talk about reality in history. It is what it is. The disorder part is in regards to one's ability to successfully sell their labor. Exactly.
And I wouldn't compare the.
Also, if you're autistic and you find meaning in that diagnosis and it's helped you, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying autism isn't a real phenomenon that could be described. What I'm saying is the way that it's being used by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a way to attack science itself, attack the idea of knowing, which is ironic.
Of course.
What do you mean by naturalize it? Basically saying that autism is something that is part of a pre-social understanding of human behavior. But autism only has meaning within a very specific social context.
Nazi death camps to the extent that any statement that I made has been interpreted that way. Yeah, I don't agree with that. In 2003, the United States Congress Government Oversight.
Attacking autistic people is so low, like we don't have enough shit. Yeah, that's what I hate about RFK Kennedy Jr. That's what I hate about these anti-vaxxers so much, is they say like vaccines cause autism, which is a bigoted thing to say right off the bat. It's, first of all, it's assuming that like autism is some sort of state of being that is lesser than neurotypicality, number one. Number two, it's trying to create some sort of like stigma against autism, right? Autism is something to be avoided. It's bad. Autism bad. We hate autism, don't we, folks? It's being caused by these horrifying vaccines, this evil disease that is ruining people's minds. And it's like, that's not at all what autism is. Okay, you motherfucker. The second thing is, there's no evidence whatsoever. Like, that's the other part. They're making it up. They're making it up. They're saying this way of being is caused by this this event of taking a vaccine as a way of attacking vaccines and obliquely attacking autistic people. Certain expectations of proper society could also be contributed to increase of ASD diagnoses. Of course. Exactly. That's my point. When I was young, I was punished for my divergence, deviance, and deviance from school to my abusive household. I was ostracized and forced to conform not only because I was too much, too hyperactive, too unfocused, too emotional, too disobedient, too talkative, or too old. I was also too foreign, too brown, too dark, too poor, too Muslim, too Hindu, too boyish, to insert divergent trait here. We do not exist in a vacuum. Every trait, behavior, our personality, identity, and how we perceive the world, such ourselves, is defined by the social context we exist in, i.e. this capitalist colonial society with all its enforced power structures, social norms, and binaries. None of us are born this way, so to say. We are shaped and molded by society. Capitalism decides who is disabled or not. That's exactly the point. Anyway, this is kind of like a piece of knowledge that only helps you if you can understand the purpose that is being attempted by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He is actually trying to create a society of more social control, right? He's using vaccines cause autism to make autistic people a target of social repression. If you naturalize something, you make it apolitical to moralize it. If they want to be talked about like physical strength or poison, very easily moralized structures. Exactly. He did it earlier with lung disease.
And did an over a year investigation of the CDC and used almost that same language. They said that the CDC, just one division, one branch, the Immunization Safety Office, had put institutional self-interest and pharmaceutical profits ahead of the welfare and the health of American children. So that was a conclusion by Congress. And I repeated that.
I'm asking you because you're the nominee for HHS. It sounds like you stand by those statements.
Senator, my objective is to support the CDC. There's nothing I'm going to do that is going to harm CDC. I want to make sure that our science is gold standard science, so that it's free from that same government oversight investigation committee found that the panels, the ACIP panel within CDC, I think 97% of the people on it had conflicts. I don't believe that that's right. I think we need to end those conflicts and make sure that scientists are doing unobstructed science.
So I want to enter this statement, by the way, into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Last week, the White House gagged HHS and the CDC, preventing them from communicating all important public health information to anyone, including all of our allies, including our allies in the United States and global disease prevention. Can you just answer yes or no, because I'm running out of time? Do you agree with that action?
I was not consulted on it, but that's pretty much standard operating procedure for incoming administration.
So you agree with the action that gagged HHS and CDC from communicating important public health information to the public?
That directive made sure that no public health, that only non-essential travel and mass communications were temporarily suspended pending the confirmation of a new HHS secretary. This is standard operating procedure for every administration.
I get it. I don't think what we've seen over the last several days is standard operation for new administration. I think we're seeing some unprecedented actions, but you agree with it. Last night, members of the CDC, along with other federal employees, were actually invited to resign, these buyouts. And I got text messages and folks I know work from the CDC, for the CDC, that do this important work, who got that note. And it's really important because my experience is that when you send out that kind of note, the folks who resign are the folks who you least likely want to see resign. They got other options. They're gifted folks. They got a lot of expertise. They have options. A lot of them are doing this work because of their patriotism, because of their commitment. Do you agree with the buyouts that were presented to CDC employees just last night?
I agree. At the vast majority of the scientists and experts at CDC are patriots and good government servants.
Can you tell me yes or no?
I don't think anybody's going to resign who's committed to making America healthy again.
Can you just answer yes? Okay, you agree with the buyouts. In our meeting, I asked you to confirm your support.
Yeah, they're doing. I put that in the title, but they're like saying, "Hey, do you want 8 months salary as a federal employee if you resign?" The profligacy of the right wing is always like one of those things that makes me laugh. Like people will be like, I'm a social liberal but a fiscal conservative. That's why I like Republicans, even though I disagree with them on stuff like abortion. It's like, when have they been conservative? They go out there and they just spew money in every direction with no purpose. And the main thing the Republican Party does is spend your money. The difference between Republicans and everyone else is that when they spend your money, they don't even bother to tell you they're going to do anything with it. It's just hand out to their friends. Hey, we told you government didn't work. Are you surprised we're evil and corrupt and worthless?
Support for the Affordable Care Act. You also mentioned that you and President Trump want to fix the ACA by making premiums more affordable. Can you answer me yes or no, as I don't have a lot of time? Did you know that tax credits that help families afford health insurance and save Georgians an average of $531 per month per person are set to expire at the end of the year? Did you know that?
I do.
We need to move on.
Do you support Congress extending these tax credits so that Americans can continue to afford health care?
Congress has to make its own decisions about that. My instructions from President Trump
you're saying I'm running out of time, but I'm having a lot of trouble getting the witness to answer yes or no to a yes or no question. Well, and I've got one more question.
You're almost at 9 minutes, sir.
Well, I need him to answer yes or no. Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer yes or no to a question that's not susceptible to an honest yes or no answer.
We need to move on.
I think that the fact that you find it difficult to answer basic questions is deeply troubling for me as you present yourself as a nominee to run HHS. Thank you so very much.
Senator Smith.
I've been in courts all over the country, and prosecutors.
Mr. Chairman, you told me I'm out of time, and the witness continues to fill up.
This is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It's simply a rescission of the memo. The president's executive order on federal funding remains in broad full force and effect. What the fuck is even happening? And this is part of the incompetence is part of the thing, right? Because if there's 8 different fucking statements being made, you're being buried with bullshit. You don't know what's happening. You don't know what to be mad about. You're just sitting there confused. Like, am I supposed to be mad right now or am I not? That's part of the strategy. So here's a solution to countering this strategy. Just hate them and oppose them on everything like an enemy, because they're bad faith liars. You can't believe a word they say. And what we need to do is destroy them. I'm sorry to be a person that says we need to be more polarized, but it is what it is. Is there anyone who's sane who could watch the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. confirmation hearing and think, man, this guy is an intelligent man and I can't wait for him to lead our country's healthcare system? Like, they're just enemies, and they need to be opposed with full force and vigor, no matter what they do.
Buster, even after I said I'm done.
Senator Smith.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy. So, Mr. Kennedy, I don't have a question for you on abortion. I think that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have covered this, but I want to say I can respect people who have different views than mine on this issue, but it's hard for me to respect people who won't give a straight answer to what they think on this issue in particular. Mr. Chair, I just want to note that I understand that anti-choice advocates have said that in these hearings they were looking to hear Mr. Kennedy provide some reassurance that he is on their side, and I'm not hearing that. And I think most Americans are looking for some hint that the decisions that people make about abortion should be personal and private, and they should be free to make those decisions without government interference, and I'm not hearing that either. To make it worse, the answers that you have given tell me that the Trump administration is more than willing to restrict or even ban medication abortion without a single act of Congress, and even in states where abortion is legal. And what is clear to me is that you and President Trump are dangerous to women's access to mifepristone. So having said that, I want to move to a different topic. Mr. Kennedy, I appreciate Senator Cornyn's questions about mental and behavioral health, something that I care a lot about. I know that you and your family have had personal experience with mental health challenges, as have I. And I agree that the mental health crisis in this country is a crisis. So let me ask you, in an interview in 2023 and again in 2024, you blamed school shootings on antidepressants. You said, and this is a quote, "There is no time in American history or human history that kids were going to shoot schools and shooting their classmates. It really started happening coterminous with the introduction of these drugs, with Prozac and with other drugs." So do you believe, as you've said, that antidepressants cause school shootings? This should be a simple question.
I don't think anybody can answer that question, and I didn't answer that question. I said it
So
should
your
be
answer
studied.
is...
I said it should be studied along with other potential culprits
So
like
they may cause...
social media. But I don't know. I would never make, because there's no science on that,
Well,
Senator.
there is, Senator, there is, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you for the promotion.
The science shows that there is no link between school shootings and antidepressants. And in fact, most school shooters were not even treated with antidepressants. And of those that were, there was no evidence of association. You know,
I don't think you
my
can say
question
that,
is,
Senator, because of HIPAA rules, nobody knows.
well, that is, Mr. Kennedy, do you think that people who take antidepressants are dangerous?
I think, listen, I'm not going into HHS if I'm privileged to be confirmed with any.
So you can't say that people
to
who...
impose any preconceived ideas that I may have. I just want to have good science.
So you're not saying that they aren't dangerous, which means that they could be dangerous. Let me ask you this.
That's not true.
You've described Americans who take mental health medications as addicts who need to be sent to wellness farms to recover. Is that what you believe?
No, of course I didn't say that anybody should be compelled to do anything.
No, but you said they should be sent.
I said they should be available to them. I didn't say they should be sent.
You said that folks that take antidepressants are like addicts. That I can provide that,
Oh, I think they should have the availability. Listen, I know people, including members of my family, who've had a much worse time getting off of SSRIs than they did than people have getting off heroin. It's the withdrawal period is, I mean, and it's written on the label.
I have some experience with this myself. Mr. Kennedy, this is personal for me. When I was a young woman and I was struggling with depression, thankfully, I had the resources to help me get through it, including a new generation of SSRI uptake inhibitors, which helped to clear my mind, get me back on track to being a mom and a wife and a productive, happy person. And I'm really grateful for that therapy. So I have some experience with this, and I think that everyone should have access to that care. And your job as secretary is to expand access to care, not to spread lies and misinformation. And you know, the things that you say, Mr. Kennedy, they live on. They have impact. And you know, we're having this conversation at the same moment that my Republican colleagues are looking to try to figure out how to save money any way they can, and so they want to cut Medicaid. Let's just think about this for a minute, because you're going to be, should you be confirmed, you would be responsible for CMS, which provides mental and behavioral health care to millions of Americans. Close to 40% of folks on Medicaid have a behavioral health condition, and you would be part of this administration that would be looking to cut Medicaid. So, Mr. Kennedy, these statements that you've made linking antidepressants to school shootings, they reinforce the stigma that people who experience mental health every day face every single day. And I'm very concerned that this is another example of your record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really hurts people.
Senator, you're mischaracterizing my statements.
I am only putting into the record what you have said, Mr. Kennedy.
You're mischaracterizing my statements, and I'm happy that you had a good experience on SSRIs. Many Americans have very good experience on it. Others have
that
not.
Would be an issue between them and their physicians, and not for the future head of HHS to be putting out misinformation about the dangers of SSRIs and other antidepressant medication, spreading the stigma and the fear that we're actually trying to overcome.
Do you think physicians, when they make that prescription, ought to have access to good science?
Of course they do. And
That's all I believe, too. And you and I are in agreement, Senator.
And to your point that you made when you made these statements, it was not based on good science. I don't know what it was based on.
I was saying the science needed to be done. I was saying these are potential culprits. We're coterminous, and I named other things. I said video games. I said social media. I said SSRIs. SSRIs have a black box warning of suicidal, homicidal behavior.
Mr. Chair, I will submit to the chair the information that I have about what Mr. Kennedy has said linking antidepressants to school shootings. Thank you.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Kennedy. To follow up on that spirited exchange, in talking with you and reading about your vision for the department, you said one of your goals is to return public health agencies to the gold standard of scientific review. You've alluded to the gold standard a number of times today. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, uninterrupted, but hopefully not too extensive, to tell me and others what you mean by this gold standard.
Look at the freaks that are staff for Republicans. Ugh.
The gold standard means real scientific research with replication of studies, which very rarely happens now at NIH. We should be giving at least 20% of the NIH budgets to replication. We should make sure that all the science is published with the raw data. We should make sure that the peer reviews are also published. And I'll give you a quick
example. By the way, chat, just publishing raw data can be inappropriate because it can be manipulated and used without context. Sometimes that's the right thing to do. Sometimes it's not. It needs to be made on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes the raw data includes people's private information or medically, sensitive information that you don't want published. Like, there is all sorts of stuff that could be used to it could link link that information to actual individuals. I mean, like, he's just saying shit and it sounds good if you're not very bright. I used to work in a building in Austin where some kind of office for John Cornyn was, and there was always these young hipsters working there. It was definitely one of the weirder things I've seen. Oh, yeah.
Example, 20 years ago, NIH scientists did a study on Alzheimer's, which they said it was caused by amyloid plaque. After that, NIH shut down studies of any other hypothesis. 20 years later, we now know that those studies were fraudulent. NIH has funded 800 studies on a fraudulent hypothesis, and we've lost 20 years in figuring out how to a cure for Alzheimer's. And that's just one example. I could give you hundreds. We need to end that. We need to end the old boy system. We need to have replicatable science and be completely transparent about raw data.
Thank you, sir. In recent years, particularly during the COVID pandemic, there's been a lot of skepticism about our public health institutions. Some of this, I would say, is warranted, but it's now created a pervasive lack of trust from the public that these institutions are acting in bad faith or failing to act in with objective criteria, failing, in short, to act in the best interests of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, how will you work to regain the public's trust? I suspect it will take some time in these important public health institutions.
I'm through radical transparency. I'm going to make these, the reason people don't trust the public health agencies is because they haven't been trustworthy. And you gave the example of COVID. At the beginning of COVID, everybody was rushing to get that vaccine. We had over a 90% vaccination uptake.
Yes, sir.
CDC's most recent recommendation is that Americans take the 8th booster. Only 23% of Americans are complying. That means 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC, and that is the problem.
Yes, sir. In the absence of full information, might it, I think agree with you, but I want your response. Might it make sense to share that absence of full information with the American people, that uncertainty?
That was a non sequitur. It doesn't mean anything. Like, the fact that people are not taking the vaccine is a separate point from the point of trust, right? And the second thing is radical transparency. What does it have to do with the idea of restoring trust? Specifically, like he has massive gaps in his argument. For the first time in a while, he tried to offer a point, like evidence to back up his point. His point is that most people are not taking the boosters and that there's been a lot of boosters recommended to COVID. But that fails to make any of the important structural arguments for his point to make any sense. He's taking gigantic leaps of logic, and they don't string together. The conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. It doesn't follow from the offered evidence. He's just failing to make even a coherent point. Again, the problem with conservatives is that this is the form of most conversations with them, and they don't have a commitment to any kind of rigor. So what's the point? Talking to them is pointless because they don't have the same values that you do. I mean, I think you should do it for entertainment purposes. You should do it for owning them and making them look stupid. But like trying to convert somebody like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is worthless.
I think one of the things by observation and experience that I saw during the pandemic, because we had certain prominent doctors appear on television and indicate, no, you absolutely must not wear a mask. 2 weeks later, it's yes, you must wear a mask. But they were certain. And they even demonized people for not following the latest science, knowing there's a high level of uncertainty in that science. Would a measure of humility and, as you say, radical transparency demonstrates humility, help rebuild trust over a period of years?
Absolutely. We need to tell Americans what we don't know. We need to make sure studies that reach a null hypothesis are also published. And that doesn't happen.
Sir, I think you are right about why healthcare costs are so high in the first place. The answer is indeed chronic disease. 90% of our healthcare spending goes towards managing it, as you say in your open statement. It's not in the main because of waste, fraud, and abuse, although we know some exist. It's not in the main because we have greedy executives at
Wait a minute. For my entire life, the Conservative Party has been saying it's waste, fraud, and abuse to spend money on these programs. Now he's admitting their whole argument has been fraudulent from the get-go? Okay, so if we agree that the biggest expense are chronic disease, then we should be looking for preventative care that gives us bang for the buck, that reduces the chronic disease in the front. Well, what kind of investments will we need to make in order to give better outcomes for society? Wait, now we're doing new programs. We're expanding shit. We're providing even more assistance. Spaghetti-o. Sounds like we need Medicare for all.
Innovative, world-class companies. It's not in the main because we haven't yet adopted an unsustainable Medicare for all scheme. It's because of this. So I'm encouraged that you intend to make that a point of emphasis as it pertains to your future leadership. I will say, with respect to COVID, it's not over for a lot of Americans. It's not over. I know the mission accomplished banner was convenient for the last administration, but as we continue to navigate the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic, we have many individuals here in the United States and around the world who are suffering from long-term health effects that significantly impact their quality of life, work, and daily activities, and they've been largely ignored. Funding for long COVID research was appropriated by Congress in December of 2020, followed by additional funding directed by the Biden administration in February 2024. Patient groups and industry publications have criticized the slow pace of clinical trial design and enrollment. If confirmed, will you collaborate with healthcare providers, researchers, and effective communities to better understand and mitigate long COVID's impact? Yes or no, please?
Absolutely, Senator. There's 16 million Americans.
Will you commit to prioritizing long COVID research and integrate this work into broader healthcare policies? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Patient groups, experts, and industry publications have raised concerns around existing long COVID funding being spent on observational research. In particular, criticism was directed towards recover funding being used to duplicate existing findings instead of funding trials for potential treatments or diagnostics. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, will you work with Congress so that going forward, long COVID funding will be directed primarily towards trial or novel research directions and not replicating existing observational research? Yes or no?
Absolutely, Senator, with enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. If confirmed, how will you create a balance between your personal priorities of chronic disease and healthy lifestyle and the ongoing critical work of the department in areas that are focused on incentivizing and advancing innovation in modern medicine and pharmaceutical discovery?
I think innovation is going to be the key to public health. And we have a unique opportunity now in history because of AI, because of telemedicine, and because of the quality of people.
Stuff that doesn't work, scam shit. Those are just ways of like paying less money to doctors and nurses and medical professionals. It's less you spending time in a hospital with a doctor, more time with you on the computer with someone they could hopefully outsource. Dog shit. Again, anytime you listen to the substance of what they're saying, it's crap.
Now coming to HHS to actually save public health, but it's all going to rely on innovation, and I don't want to do anything that inhibits or impairs the pace of innovation.
That's encouraging. From approving AI algorithms to determining Medicare coverage, we certainly need more innovation, and we need good people in the department to assist with that effort. So I'll follow up with a question about how you're going to attract and retain good people. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry to shut you down a little faster than I did the others, Senator Young. We are up against a vote deadline here, and we have one more senator who gets his full time. I hope you'll keep it as close to 5 minutes as you can, Senator Welch. And then I've promised Senator Wyden, 5 more minutes?
To be divided 1 minute with my colleagues getting 1 minute.
And then if we can do that, we can get over to vote before they call the vote on the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And as you know, I'm have great reverence for your family from Massachusetts. When I got out of college, I was in the first class of Robert Kennedy Fellows, the memorial created by your family to honor the service to your father. I did community organizing in the west side of Chicago. And I certainly admire your energy in your effort here and desire to serve. You know, there's a couple of things that are really important here. This is not just about a debate on vaccines. It's a debate about qualifications, experience, and priorities as to the person that will head Health and Human Services. And it's not just about what your answers are today or what the questions are. It obviously has a lot to do with your whole record and your whole history. You know, your sister in her letter, or pardon me, your cousin in her letter said, you've always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of your personality, willingness to take risk and break rules. That's, I guess, an attribute, but it can be a danger. The question I fundamentally have is whether your willingness to disrupt and maybe break rules is going to be dangerous and destructive. The character questions we didn't go into here, but there's some sketchy things. You've acknowledged your history with heroin. You've gotten over that, but there's incidents that do, I think, concern the question of whether the stability is there to be in charge of this major organization. And that's compounded by my concern that you don't have any experience managing a large organization, that you don't have any experience in government. So those are things that have to be taken into account. But the issue for me is also priorities. A lot of your engagement in health has been on vaccines, big important issue. You actually disagreed, as I understand it, with President Trump about Operation Warp Speed. I think President Trump deserves a lot of credit for Operation Warp Speed. He knew we had to get a vaccine. And these other issues about a mask and whether you should wear it, whether when you got your groceries, the bag had to be left outside, remember that in the very beginning? Those are incidental to the core question that the president believed we had to have a vaccine. And you contested that. That worries me. That really deeply worries me. The other questions Senator Cassidy asked you some questions about our healthcare system. I happen to believe that our healthcare system is profoundly broken. And it's not just about the chronic illnesses. That's about our diet, that's about our exercise. But we are getting premium increases in Vermont of 20% a year, 25% a year. And it's busting the bank for taxpayers, it's busting the bank for our wonderful Vermont employers who care about having health insurance that they can provide to their employees. Senator Cassidy asked you a couple of questions about how you would reform Medicaid, and I didn't hear an answer. You mentioned that you thought Medicare Advantage was good. You have a good plan. No focus on what an incredible ripoff was reported in the Wall Street Journal by United Healthcare, which was marketing Medicare Advantage and then paying doctors and nurses where they had assignments essentially to diagnose illnesses that didn't exist. So they made billions and billions of dollars. And I've seen nothing coming out of the Trump administration, and I've seen nothing coming out of your advocacy that is going after what is a rampant abuse by the insurance companies and overcharging people and not doing the job. And by the way, the United Healthcare people, when they did that, they overdiagnosed. When the person really got sick, they dumped them. They dumped them. Go to the nursing home on your own. That's a broken healthcare system. We spend the most and get the least. And I think there should be collective anger about this on both sides because all of our people are dependent on that healthcare system. And you're going to be working for a president who's on a lawless rampage right now, okay? He has done something reckless with the pardons to these cop beaters. I'm appalled by that. That's just reckless. That's not illegal. He's impounded money. So right now, the Medicaid website went down. He's impounded money. So the community health centers that Senator Warner was talking about are up in the air as to what they can do. Do you believe that a president can impound money that has been appropriated by Congress?
Senator, let me answer the question about Medicare first. I have never defended that program or the rapacious behavior by insurance companies or the PBMs. I understand that's a huge problem. And
all right, I don't have time. We've got to get over to vote. So we can do this.
But you've asked me 5 questions. You got to give me a chance to answer one of them.
Please be brief.
Yeah, I brought in, if I get confirmed, I've already appointed a general counsel. It's the first time in history, he's a former prosecutor who prosecuted the biggest Medicare fraud in the case in the state of West Virginia. I brought in a prosecutor for that job instead of a bureaucrat, precisely to address the important issues that you raised here. The only reason I didn't talk about these before is because I wasn't asked about them.
What about,
I agree with you 100%.
Right, what about impounding, a president impounding money that, among other things, goes to health care?
And you're saying that that's illegal?
That's correct.
Well, my job is to uphold the Constitution. I'm going to take an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I will administer the law.
I mean, there's legitimately, I think the biggest way to resist Trump is that the people that he's putting in office are legitimately subnormals. They're legitimately stupid. Like, they're not capable of coordinating well enough to do the damage they intend to do. It's a grotesquerie of just skin suit wearing reptilioids, but they were on the cool side of the egg hatchery. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, don't underestimate them is right, because you're right about that, because when fascists fail, they lash out and get violent. So the failures are they're gonna come fast and furious, but then the fascists are gonna get violent. A stupid guy with a gun can still blow your brains out.
Well, and uphold the Constitution.
Yes, we already covered the freeze of the freeze and then the unfreezing of the freeze. That was freezed.
Mr. Chairman, I believe under what we've discussed, I control 5 minutes. I'm going to take one and give one to each of my 4 colleagues that remain.
All right, and I would just say this vote, they're going to call it in about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
So we have very little time.
2 hours ago, colleagues, I asked Mr. Kennedy to reconcile his many anti-vaccine statements with his handful of pro-vaccine statements. Instead, he gave us a word salad and ducked the issue. The same was true, Mr. Kennedy, with respect to measles, where you wrote a book playing down the threat of measles, even though American families are very concerned about it, and apparently families are still mourning in Samoa. And my last point would be that Mr. Kennedy said today really wasn't about him. And I just want to tell him it is all about you. because I find your presentation to be both untrustworthy and unprepared, because my colleagues have been seeing back and forth between Medicare and Medicaid, and it's not clear which program you're using when. So I want colleagues to know there is a lot more information to learn about Mr. Kennedy before we vote. I'm going to urge that to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to not make decisions on the basis of this session. I thank you for the additional time. And I guess my next minute is Senator Whitehouse, Senator Warren, and Senator Smith.
And again, 1 minute each, please.
There's been a lot of conversation about late-term abortions here, and I just want to make clear what Rhode Island OBGYN doctors describe as what is almost always happening when a late-term abortion is needed. It is a childbirth gone wrong. The family has painted the room, it has bought the crib, maybe even decided on the baby's name, and has gone to the hospital to welcome the new baby into their family in what is supposed to be a happy event. And then things went wrong. Then the alarms started pinging, the lights started flashing, the medical professionals started rushing in, and the question became, who lives and who dies? The mom's life is often at risk, and she may have other children she needs to care for. The baby's life may be at risk, and one or both may die. In that environment, the doctors and the family own that decision. Government has no place in that room at that point.
Well, the thing is, like, but you could create fantasy stories that don't exist in the real world to scare rubes, right? Like, you could create lies and hypothetical scenarios to cook up some idea of an evil doctor doing it for fun. And that's also a place that conservatives love to live. They love to live in hypothetical land. And this is another thing about hypothetical land is it could be whatever you want it to be. If you have 110 IQ, you can craft a hypothetical where you're right and the other person is wrong. That's why people who are midwits craft hypotheticals for all of their positions. It was one of my favorite things, whatever. And the person who does this the most that I think about a lot in crafting hypotheticals is every single conservative I've ever had a debate with. They try to craft hypotheticals where they've created these conditions where it just so happens to be right. I think my favorite example of this in the contemporary political discourse is would you torture someone if they knew where a nuke was? A nuclear bomb is planted in New York City. It's going to go off in 10 minutes unless we find it. Would you torture a terrorist who knew where the nuclear bomb is? That is a stupid hypothetical. The answer to that question, by the way, is used to justify torturing people who are not even proven to be terrorists, or there is not even an actual plot, or there isn't even a plan. It's just, this is a terrorist and we think this guy's a terrorist and we think he has information, so we're going to torture him. That was what they were doing. And they were torturing people, but they were justifying it using a ridiculous hypothetical. And I want to tell you the answer to that question to make it very easy for you. Okay? Let's say that I was president of the United States and there was a nuclear bomb being planted in the city, and we had a suspect who was intransigent and wouldn't do it. You know what I would do? I would authorize the torture. If that's all I had to do, I would do it. And you know what I would do? I would then turn myself in for committing a fucking crime. But I would recognize that me getting off scot-free without the judgment of a jury of my peers is a bad system. If I decide that I need to break the law out of some sort of exigency to save millions, then I'll break the law and I'll take the consequences and judgment of the people. But I do not want to create a system of torture because of some cockamamie hypothetical bullshit, which is what they were trying to do. They were trying to say, haha, you would authorize torture in this extreme event, and I would. In that situation, if that's the only choice I had, and it was the difference between millions dying or being inconsistent, then I would be inconsistent. I would do what I think is wrong in the moment. But I would absolutely not want to create a legal system that makes torture legal and permissible out of fear of ever facing a consequence. That's what leadership is. Leadership is sometimes you have to face the music and you have to face the judgment. If you only want to be a leader when you never are going to be second guessed, if you only want to be a leader where you're never going to be morally compromised, then you're not set to be a leader. And if you're the type of person who would say, Mike, I would not torture one person because torture is always wrong, you're a fucking idiot. Now, I happen to believe that torture is ineffective. I happen to believe that it doesn't work, which is why it should be banned. But I'm also an honest person who says in an extremity, things that are normally not permissible become permissible out of desperation. And like, it is what it is. If you're not comfortable with making those kind of pragmatic decisions, and maybe you would be wrong about the torture. Maybe the torture wouldn't have been right. Maybe the guy didn't know where the nuke was. Maybe you had incomplete information and you committed a crime, and people are going to look back on that and you should be punished for it. They want to create a system where they say torture is permissible in this situation so that they are not second guessed. That's the point of that whole debate, by the way, in case you're missing, in case you don't understand what the point of that hypothetical is. The point of the hypothetical of the nuke hidden in a city and this guy knows where it is and he won't answer any questions. Would you torture him? The point of that is not that scenario existing in the real world. The point of that is to create a legal regime to defend torture in every other scenario, to prevent people who order torture and commit torture in non-exigent circumstances from facing consequences. They use a situation where people who are reasonable would say, well, okay, maybe in that situation it makes sense, in order to justify situations where it doesn't make sense. That's the point. I'll give you another example of what I believe. I believe in general freedom of speech, but let's assume, just for the purpose of an argument, that there is a sentence that, if said, causes anybody to hear it to kill themselves. It doesn't even have to be maybe it's a lie, maybe it's a truth. Maybe there's just a sentence, an idea that if I say it to you or you say it to somebody else, they will kill themselves immediately. I would be in favor of banning that statement, of censoring that statement, not permitting it to be transmitted ever. That would be a violation of the principle of free speech. The principle of free speech is not something that I would hold to, the extermination of the human race. I would be perfectly comfortable censoring that if I saw that as a bad, if a consequence was bad enough. I'd be in favor of censoring speech. That doesn't mean that I now don't believe in free speech. It's just an understanding of having boundaries on your beliefs, understanding where those beliefs may face a boundary where it no longer makes sense to continue holding them, or that it would be a contingency where you would make a pragmatic decision, is called maturity. Exceptions are not a sign of you being wrong. Exceptions exist in every circumstance. Interest rates weren't cut. Looks like I was right. I don't believe in free speech. Most people are too dumb for that. I think that I think that one thing that is definitely true is that for democracy or for socialism to exist, the population has to be worthy of it, in the sense that we have to have education. We have to understand the world around us. If your mind is cooked with superstitions and illogical, irrational, emotional beliefs, then you can't make decisions. You have to be trained in critical thinking. You have to be trained in science. You have to be trained in respect for other people's rights. You can't just have if we set up a democracy and put a bunch of apes in the voting booth, you're not going to have an outcome. You need to have, it's a give and take. There's citizenship. There is civic duty. There is a interplay. People don't spring out of the womb fully formed. Is there a way to make socialism or democracy stupid proof? The answer is there is no system, and this is a very important point for anybody to understand. There is no system or set of rules that will guarantee harmony. There is no constitution that you can write that's going to guarantee a functional society, because societies are way more complicated than that. Societies are not just rules on the books.
And I think we need to understand, when this late-term abortion gets bandied about, what you're dealing with is a tragedy that is happening to a family who wanted that child and have suddenly been confronted with a moment in which they have to make what is probably going to be the worst decision of their lives. And to try to shove the state legislature into that room is really offensive, really morally wrong. And I just want to make very clear, Rhode Island OBGYNs tell me is the situation when these procedures have to be deployed.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I wanted to ask about your role in the 2019 measles outbreak in Samoa. In July 2018, 2 children died immediately after receiving a measles vaccine that nurses had mistakenly mixed with a muscle relaxant. The nurses get charged with manslaughter, but vaccination rates go down. I asked you about this in my office. You told me flatly that your visit to Samoa had nothing to do with vaccinations. We now know that's not true. I have the documentation. You met with the Prime Minister. You talked about vaccinations. You met with an anti-vaccine influencer who described the meeting as, quote, profoundly monumental for this movement. So what happens? Vaccinations go down, there's a measles outbreak, and children start dying. But you double down. You didn't give up. Just 4 days after the Prime Minister declared a state of emergency, 16 people already dead, you sent a letter to him promoting the idea that the children had died not from measles, but from, quote, defective vaccine. You launched the idea that a measles vaccine caused these deaths. You are a very influential man. In fact, you are called the leader of the disinformation dozen. UNICEF and WHO, the World Health Organization, investigated this. They say the claims are false. It is not biologically possible what you claimed. And yet, ultimately, more than 70 people died because they didn't get vaccines. So my question is, do you accept...
So he killed those people. Bobby Kennedy killed those people. And in a just society, in the society that I want to build, he would be deprived of his freedom for life. Virulent bastard. And instead, he's being elevated to one of the most important positions of responsibility in American government.
Even a scintilla, just even a sliver of responsibility for the drop in vaccinations and the subsequent deaths of more than 70 people. Anything you do differently?
No, absolutely not. There were 2 incidents in which children died. In 2015 and again in 2008. 2015, it was from the measles vaccine. That's what the New Zealand General Hospital found. The government of Samoa banned the measles vaccine after the 2018. I arrived in July of the next year after the ban had been in place for a year.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
the measles,
understanding that you wanted to hold this to a minute and that I don't get to present all the facts and documentation I've got, how about if we just decide to make entries for the record on exactly what the record shows about Mr. Kennedy's participation? And I think he's answered the yes or no question. He takes no responsibility.
Senator Warren, we will do that. And Mr. Kennedy, and to all the senators, every senator knows that following this hearing, they will be able to ask you questions off the record, and you will be able to put answers back onto the record. So please give that answer. I apologize that we're shutting you off for giving a full response right now. Senator Smith, and we are way over time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kennedy, you have said that you want to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. You spoke about this with Senator Cantwell. My question to you has to do with avian flu. Over 100 million birds called. The disease has spread to dairy cows, and there are now 67 confirmed human cases and 1 death. So, Mr. Kennedy, do you intend to give research on bird flu a break?
no, I intend to devote the appropriate resources to preventing pandemics. That's a central part of my job.
What do you think is causing the avian influenza?
I think the H5N1 virus is.
So that's good to hear, because in a recent book, I will submit this for the record because we don't have that much time, Mr. Kennedy has questioned the scientific basis for germs causing disease and the power of vaccines and antibiotics.
I've never questioned that, Senator.
Well, I will submit that for the record.
Thank you. Senator Warnock, 1 minute.
I like the way you said that to the Baptist preacher. Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy. Based on our conversations, it's my understanding that you support work requirements in Medicaid. In 2020, President Trump approved a proposal from Georgia state leaders requiring Georgians to jump through a number of onerous bureaucratic hoops and fill out even more paperwork to verify work and get access to health care. I ask this as someone who represents a state that has not expanded Medicaid. The federal government, because of this waiver, spent $70 million on Georgia's Medicaid waiver. 82% of that went to administrative costs. The point that I'm making is that the folks that they're insisting need to work, 90% of those folks are working. They are caregivers, or they have a disability. Let me give you one example. A woman I think of all the time, her name is Heather. She's a traveling nurse from Dalton, Georgia, who falls into the Medicaid coverage gap. Heather experienced a series of small strokes, leaving her unable to work full-time. She's dedicated her life to caring for patients, but now she can't afford her own medical care, out-of-pocket costs, because she doesn't make enough to qualify for tax credits to buy private insurance. What does Heather need? Does she need work requirements, or does she need access to health care so she can finally get healthy and get back to work?
The individual that you described would need health care and not a work requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we are done with the questioning now. Mr. Kennedy, I apologize to you, to the audience, and to all of my colleagues to have to rush it here at the end, but we have a vote on the Senate floor that they're going to close in about 3 minutes.
I want to thank you for appearing before this committee. You have been accessible to the members and staff on both sides of the aisle of the Finance Committee throughout a rigorous process, and I want the whole world to know that you spent hours in meetings answering questions outside of this hearing and providing documents and responses on issue after issue after issue. You've gone through the most thorough vetting process that any committee in this Congress puts anybody through, and I think that you have come through well and deserve to be confirmed. I would like to remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record is 5 p.m. today, 5 p.m. today. And Mr. Kennedy, we ask that you respond to those questions as quickly as you possibly can. With that, I'm going to leave you in this room and run over to vote. This hearing will be adjourned. I still encourage the audience to be polite and respectful no matter what side of the issues you may be on. And Mr. Kennedy, I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're adjourned.
The anti-vaxxer is there.
If you missed any of today's confirmation hearing for HHS Secretary nominee
Remember,
Robert F.
Chad,
Kennedy
if somebody
Jr.
with measles goes into a room with non-vaccinated people, 90 to 95% of them will catch the measles virus. Wow. It's one of those situations where it just makes you sick to your stomach. By the way, they didn't close Guantanamo Bay.
An executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will. Today, I'm also signing an executive order to...
I wonder how much this is going to cost us. Liberal resistance to Trump is now at the point where they're saying, the concentration camps are too expensive. That'll mean you'll have to raise my taxes. That's the liberal debate against concentration camps. They're too expensive, and you're going to have... I don't want you to raise my taxes to fund those damn expensive concentration camps. That's how morally depraved they are.
Taken in any way, shape, or form. We are merely looking at parts taken in any way, shape, or form. We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. How about that? We stopped an attempt to make an illicit payment for illegal alien resettlement. We canceled $181 million in DEI training contracts. This is just for the training of people in DEI, which has been terminated and completely terminated. And we paused $1.7 billion in unauthorized payments to foreign organizations, including stopping more than $40 million that was on its way out the door to the very corrupt World Health Organization, which has not done its job and not done it properly. We also... We also blocked $45 million for diversity scholarships in Burma. 45, that's a lot of money for diversity scholarships in Burma. You can imagine where that money went. These were the types of payments, and many others. I could stand here all day and tell you things that we found, and we have to find them quickly because we want the money to flow to proper places. But these were the payments and types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts. I talked about it during the campaign, and they voted for us in record numbers. Every single day, we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens. We've gathered this afternoon to take another historic action, however. In a few moments, the Laken-Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 47th President of the United States. Laken was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia, the best in her class. She was always the best. They would say, Laken, how do you do this? And what do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody, even her teachers. They respected her so much. From the time she was in first grade, Laken knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did. To her friends and classmates, she was a light of warmth and kindness in every single room. To her parents and family,
memories being used to terrorize millions.
She was everything in the world. They've had a miserable period of time. Just after 9 a.m. last February 22nd, Laken went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia, but she was just never returned. She never came back, did she, huh? Parents are here, sister, all of her relatives. While on her run, Laken was attacked, viciously assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and murdered by an illegal alien gang member who was set loose into our country by the last administration. We are deeply honored to be joined today by Laken's parents, Allison and John, and her sister, Lauren. Thank you very much. Thank you. So sad. We were together right after that happened, and it's a tremendous tribute to your daughter, what's taking place today. That's all I can say, but it's so sad we have to be doing it at all. Thank you very much for being here. To Laken's family, we will keep Laken.
How do we have Guantanamo Bay if we hate Cuba? Like, how did that even get built? The United States of America fought a war of imperialist expansion against Spain in 1898. It's called the Spanish-American War. And what was happening is there were revolutionaries in Cuba that were resisting Spanish resisting Spanish rule. It's actually where concentration camps were invented and implemented first. One of the first places, anyway. The other were the Brits that did it to the Boers in South Africa. Anyway, Spain was committing atrocities against the Cuban people who were trying to revolt. The United States sent a battleship called the Maine to Havana Harbor to kind of observe and to pressure Spain to release Cuba. While in Havana Harbor, the battleship Maine, the dreadnought, exploded, sinking, killing nearly everybody on board. And the United States used that as they claimed that the Spaniards, it blew it up. It seems likely that it was just coal dust, an accidental explosion, but the United States used the destruction of the Maine as casus belli to declare war on Spain, and we ended up defeating them. We took Puerto Rico and the Philippines as direct possessions, and we implemented a severe superintended protectorate government in Cuba, where we wrote the Constitution, which included them surrendering Guantanamo Bay as a permanent military base. And we also gave ourselves the right to interfere in any of Cuba's internal or external affairs. So Cuba basically became a puppet government of the United States, and Guantanamo Bay was handed over to the U.S. Military. When Castro led the Cuban Revolution against the Batista dictatorship that was closely aligned with the United States and successfully overturned that government, they did not attack Guantanamo Bay. Guantanamo Bay remained in the hands of the United States because, the Cuban Revolution didn't want to fight a war with the United States. So they objected and they revoked Lee. They want Guantanamo Bay back, but the United States has continued to occupy that sliver of Cuban territory ever since. And because it is an occupied territory that's not in the constitutional United States, it's frequently used as kind of a black site, and conservatives argue that the Constitution doesn't apply there. Now, the left says the Constitution applies anywhere the U.S. has jurisdiction, but fundamentally, conservatives say the Constitution doesn't apply, so that is why they are trying to build. That's why Bush built camps there to house suspected terrorists, which is just anybody that we couldn't prove was a terrorist. We just kept there. But now Trump is proposing, I guess having a concentration camp for migrants there.
Memory alive in our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, her name will also live forever in the laws of our country, and this is a very important law. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Lakin did it. Lakin did it. America will never, ever forget Lakin Hope Riley. The vicious criminal who murdered Precious Lakin was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. He trespassed across our southern border in 2022 and was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the cruel policies of the last administration, instead of being deported, as he should have been, he was released into the United States, as were millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing? We're getting them the hell out of here. He was soon arrested again in New York City on charges of endangering a child, but because of New York City's deadly sanctuary policies, as we have in California and many other places, which we're going to end them, he was released again to reoffend. The Biden administration then provided this illegal alien criminal with a free, taxpayer-funded flight from New York to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again, constantly, this time for stealing from a Walmart along with his gang member brother, who was a bad one. Only after being released a third time by the U.S. law enforcement did this cold-blooded criminal go out in that fateful morning hunting for women on whom to prey. That's what he did. He hunted. It was like a hunter. We're going to show him who the hunter is. This horrific atrocity should never have been allowed to happen. And as president, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. We don't want this to happen. And under the law, thank you. Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all illegal aliens who have been arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime that results in death or serious injury. In addition, for the first time ever, this act gives state governments the ability to sue the federal government for immediate injunctive relief if any future administration ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States, like happened for 4 long years. And that was happening for 4 long years, frightful years. Amazing. You'd say, how can people do this? How can they allow this to happen? How can they allow criminals to pour into our country and then try and defend it? And they're still trying to defend it, but they can't. That's why I'm here instead of somebody else, actually. It's the biggest reason. I believe it's the single biggest reason. Inflation was horrible. Many things were horrible during that administration. When you look at what took place in Afghanistan, the way they got out.
The one thing that I would say on this is, why were there so many Venezuelan and Cuban migrants that came to the United States during the Biden administration? The answer is that Donald Trump and Joe Biden were enacting ruinous interventionist policies in Cuba and Venezuela to try to destroy those countries' economies, so that they could put puppet governments in to steal their resources and land. And the United States used its power as the global hegemon to target those countries and destroy them. And so people fled. Economic migrants fled. So millions and millions of people flee. And when millions of people of any population go into another country, a certain percentage of them are going to be antisocial personalities that are criminals. This is just a fact of life. These exist. There are people that are damaged and who are willing to harm others and are willing to be aggressive. This is an observed reality. And the United States under Joe Biden is the worst of all possible worlds. Not only do they pursue an aggressive neoliberal interventionist policy, destroying countries and causing people to flee, millions of them, they also don't provide social services. They don't provide a functioning legal system that can rehabilitate, that can separate antisocial personality disorders from the country, that can actually create an environment of rehabilitation. It is a comedy of errors, of austerity, of incompetence. And I can tell you something they didn't give austerity to: law enforcement. They were pouring billions and billions and billions of dollars into law enforcement. Nothing in the way of actually creating a system to reduce offending of this nature. And it's just, this is how the fascists win. Because when the alternative is democratic incompetence, this kind of harsh fascism starts to appeal to people, because they can't imagine a different world where instead of having our oil prices skyrocket when Russia invaded Ukraine, we trade willingly with the free and sovereign country of Venezuela, so that we don't see massive price increases and inflation. And we don't see millions of people flooding into the southern border because their country has been destroyed by American aggression. Just like millions of Syrians fled and Iraqis fled ISIS after America destroyed Syria, and America destroyed Libya, and America destroyed Iraq. And that caused millions of people to migrate in desperation to surrounding countries and into Europe. If the United States of America stopped bombing places, stopped sanctioning places, and let people, and let those, and was actually focused on improving the lives of its own citizens, we might not have these kind of issues.
That they got out, but the way so many things were horrible. But to me, this was the worst of all.
I don't know the facts about the specific migrant and them being released or sent down. And I just don't believe Trump straight off the bat. So I don't know the answer to that question. But, and I don't know if this is the first violent act this guy ever committed, you know? I just don't I don't have an answer to that question, so I can't tell you.
It's a landmark law that we're doing today. It's going to save countless innocent American lives. I want to thank every House Republican, every Senate Republican, prove that they did. Thank you. You're going to take incredible mother right.
Thank you, Trump. We would like to thank Senator Katie Britt for her diligence.
The main problem with the Lincoln Riley Act is it treats accusations as if they are convictions. So now you have a situation where mere accusation, which is a very low standard of evidence, can be used to basically detain people and deport them. And anytime you create a situation where mere accusation is sufficient for action of like basically sanctions by the government, you are incentivizing abuse.
Bipartisan work to get this bill through the Senate. We'd also like to thank Congressman Mike Collins for his unwavering passion and for leading on the Lincoln Riley Act from the start. Our family will forever be grateful for the prayers of the people across our nation and for helping to get this legislation into law. We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Lincoln. And he hasn't. He's a man of his word. We trust that he will fight for the American people. Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Exploiting the death of the daughter this is depraved shit. It really is depraved shit. Also to immediately talk, like, let's just be honest here. This is, having a horrible victimization event and using that to try to turn and victimize others, innocents who had nothing to do with it because of your rage. That's crazy. That's the opposite of what Jesus Christ would want you to do. Like, it's wild. Thank you, Jesus, for helping us deport millions of people. You know what it says in the Bible about immigrants? Here, I'll show you what it says in the Bible about immigrants. It's very simple. It's very, very straightforward. When a stranger resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress or mistreat him. But the stranger who resides with you shall be like to you like someone native born among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. I mean, it's the most point blank treat immigrants as the same as native born that it possibly exists. These are the same people who say the Bible says that that being gay is an abomination. It says there, right there, do not oppress, do not mistreat a foreigner. Treat them as native born. Treat them as I mean, it is black and white. These are the people saying Jesus is saying kill these people. I mean, it's just like, that's why you don't have to respect Christian religion. Expressions of Christian belief are fucking worthless. They don't believe anything.
Because without his sacrifices, Lakin's story would have ended on that horrific day that she was taken from us. But because of him, we can continue living knowing that we will see Lakin again. There's no amount of change that will ever bring back our precious Lakin. Our hope moving forward is that her life saves lives. We're so thankful that her passion for helping others and her legacy for doing good in the name of Jesus Christ will carry on.
The name of Jesus Christ, where we were going to oppress a bunch of foreigners, just as the Bible commands us not to do. This is why I think, like, this, you know, American Christianity is really American anti-Christianity. And this was best described by Al Franken.
The Gospel of Supply Side Jesus. Pontius Pilate summons our hero.
Bring me this King of the Jews that I might meet him, this Supply Side Jesus.
Supply Side Jesus arrives.
So you are the Supply Side Jesus. What a magnificent robe you have.
Because of this robe, 10 craftsmen were able to feed their families. The goldsmith who made the trim and the filigree was able to hire an apprentice because I paid him so handsomely.
And what a beautiful haircut you have, Supply Side Jesus.
The barber who gave me this haircut was able to hire a manicurist. She had been a prostitute, but because I needed a pedicure, she is now able to fulfill her true potential.
Yes, the cuticles are absolutely perfect. But there are those in Jerusalem who are not happy with your radical new teaching, Supply Side Jesus. Watch yourself.
Supply Side Jesus leads his disciples past a leper colony on his way to the Sermon on the Mount.
Should you feed the lepers, Supply Side Jesus?
No, Thomas. That would just make them lazy. Then shouldn't you at least heal them, Supply Side Jesus? No, James. Leprosy is a matter of personal responsibility. If people knew I was healing the lepers, there would be no incentive to avoid leprosy. Supply Side Jesus, I think I've got a great line for your Sermon on the Mount. It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. For shame, Peter. That's class warfare. But it does give me an idea. It is easier for a rich man to enter heaven seated comfortably on the back of a camel than it is for a poor man to pass through the eye of a needle. If you are prosperous on earth, that means that God is rewarding your rugged individualism. If you are poor, it is a sign that God frowns on your reliance on handouts. The only way to gain entrance into God's kingdom of abundance is to show your faith by giving to him through his only son.
What is this? I almost dropped it. It's some sort of expensive pastry. That's all I know. Speaking of expensive pastries, you guys want to see Trump's spiritual advisor? This is an oldie but a goodie. Since we're talking about fake Christians, this is Trump's spiritual advisor. Prepare yourself. It's exactly what you think.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk
walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
We are in a spiritual war right now. Let every demonic network that has aligned itself against the purpose, against the calling of President Trump, let it be broken, let it be torn down in the name of Jesus.
You want me to tell you what my thoughts are? The thoughts of the King of Kings, the thoughts of the Lord of Lords. I'm downloading heaven. Hey! I kind of know I'm a little bit cute, all right?
I am Paula, who is pretty. Well, maybe I'm not going to be pretty when I'm 90 years old.
Here's this former messed up Mississippi girl, lived in a trailer that they called trailer trash. Daddy committed suicide, got pregnant out of wedlock, been married, been divorced, not just once, twice.
People go, well, how'd you become the spiritual advisor of the president? We'll get to that later. It's all in there. Michael Jackson, Kid Rock, the president, it's all in there, all right?
Thank you, Paula. What a great job you do. The evangelicals. I hear we're more popular than ever with the evangelicals. You're the only one, and she'll tell the truth. She'll only tell the truth.
Southern California is looking at, there's already law that's passed through the governor that says the Bible is a book of hate speech and to ban the sale of it. Snapchat was created as the largest human trafficking because the greatest people on there were human traffickers because the FBI and because intelligence could not do it because it's live and it's real time and they can track your kid in less than a second and take them. There's a Department of Treasury in heaven that God is watching over everything you do, and you are storing up eternal treasure that will go so far beyond, I think, that we can even begin to imagine. You need to send in $3,500. You need to send in $35,000. You need to send in that $100,000 check. If you do not write that P.O. box and you do not call that toll-free number and you do not become a ministry of sustainer, you will never see sustainment in your life, and your dream will die, your call will die.
Here he is, the nominee. That has to be providence. That has to be the hand of God, in my opinion.
And any tongue that rises against him will be condemned according to the word of God. It is God that raises up a king. It is God that sets one down. And so when you fight against the plan of God, you're fighting against the hand of God. If we get two more, we will be able to overturn demonic laws and decrees that has held this nation in captivity.
I can tell you that our president is doing absolutely phenomenal, that he is in great health every way. Huge history buff. It's like he understands that which has been is that which will be.
Thank you for your courageous and bold stand for religious liberty and for your timeless service to all Americans. We appreciate the price that you have paid.
I don't even, I'm not even saying anything because, do I even need to say it? Do I even need to say anything? What do you even say to this? No one of any discernment or intellect thinks this woman believes in anything but money and sexual, depravity. There's there's no fucking, it's the same thing as the Falwells. What do you even say to this? And people are sending their money into this dope. And what Donald Trump likes is people that are the biggest sycophants possible. The United States empire is not gonna beat China. Have you seen China? This empire is done. It's dosed. It's Jover. It's fucking beyond Jover. Look at this cockamamie bullshit.
To walk in the high calling, history will record the greatness that you have brought for generations.
And so you sit back and go, well, yeah, but she crazy. She up there in the White House praying. You better believe I'm praying. You better believe I'm up there saying in the name of Jesus. You better believe that I'm walking around those parameters saying I lift this up and I dedicate every ounce of this place as holy ground. I release angels right now in the Holy Spirit and walls of fire. I burn up every demonic altar in the name of Jesus and I call it to crumble.
All I know is when I go to church, I want my preacher to be wearing a very skin-tight dress. I want her to be in a cocktail dress. I want to see every curve. I want to leave nothing to the imagination, okay? Now, that's what Jesus Christ would have wanted. What can he even say? What can he even say? Actually, in my starting soon playlist, I have a starting soon playlist, and I had, maybe I took it out, but I have this one song where she sings about like angel, like it's just clips of her. Oh, here it is.
Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. They're coming here. They're coming here from Africa, from South America. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
American Southern Christianity, if you're not from America.
They're coming here.
Why do we look down on the South?
America, I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
What the fuck, bro?
Ugh. Anyway, sorry. I just it's if you don't watch the very beginning of the stream, you may never have seen that, but it is what it is. These demons, man. These demons.
Sanctuary cities are making it very difficult.
Wait. A priest threw the Nazi salute?
Is the last stand for Christendom. It's make or break time. The whole of the old world is crumbling. Every country in Europe is embracing death. America, as far as I could see, is the only country fighting for life. And that's down to you guys. So God bless all of you for what you're doing. Please keep doing it. I hope that I can encourage you. And my heart goes out to you. God bless. This is the last stand for Christendom.
All right, let's watch some Jon Stewart. I'm going to say something that's very unpopular. I don't like Jon Stewart. This is where I come from. I don't like Jon Stewart. I've never been a Jon Stewart fan. I think Jon Stewart is the most overrated personality in all of American politics. I think that he's a lib. I think he's damaging. He's kind of like his way of thinking is disarming. It creates this kind of sense of superiority and gives this cathartic humor where you feel like you're better and smarter than the fascists, but in fact you don't build an effective resistance. And whatever the fight is happening within the Democratic Party between corporate centrist, corrupt, this is status quo establishment Democrats, he's pretty much silent. He never throws his weight behind any kind of movement that is really going to challenge the problems in our society. And you'll often see him propping up some of the most dangerous centrist Democrats in the entire party. So he likes to pretend to be more left-wing than he actually is. And he uses he's actually, this is something that's very unpopular, but that's my take. I don't like Jon Stewart. If you're gonna tell me to like one of these like comedy political shows, I think John Oliver is like 10,000 times better than Jon Stewart. I have my criticisms with John Oliver, but when you compare Jon Stewart to John Oliver is quadrillion billion times better. It's not even close.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Daily Show. My name is Jon Stewart. We got a show for you tonight.
I don't mind taking that position. Everybody else can be mad at me, but I'm just going to be straight up with you. And you'll see if as we watch this, if my opinion makes sense, if my take makes sense.
A formerly incarcerated firefighter, Royal Ramey, is going to be here to discuss his journey.
I'll give you a very pithy statement. John Oliver is kind of a Bernie Sanders curious progressive guy, whereas Jon Stewart is a Hamilton lib.
From prison firefighter to organizer. But first, I just want to very clearly state to you guys something. I found last week exhausting. The return to 1600.
Like, the thing that divides me from normal libs the most is I hate Jon Stewart and the West Wing. Like, I find them most of the time, especially I find them like actually counterproductive.
Trumpylvania Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagined. But then we had a weekend. Serenity now. And we can finally catch our breath, begin to move forward with intentionality. Namaste.
Chaos on Wall Street. We are in the middle of a market sell-off.
Tech stocks sent the markets into a tailspin today.
Tech stocks have just taken a battering.
Will there never be peace? No! What has happened to Livda? What the f***? I was promised a new era of American prosperity and greatness. What happened?
A powerful new Chinese AI tool called DeepSeek is threatening the U.S. dominance of this emerging technology.
DeepSeek is on par with what OpenAI and Google have made, even though those companies are sinking billions of dollars, tons of years, and lots of development into this space. DeepSeek did it for cheaper in a matter of months.
Who would have expected the Chinese to do it cheaper? I can't believe it. It's as though when you don't have labor laws or rights. And by the way, DeepSeek?
See, China has labor laws, man. It's actually kind of wild how people spread this misinformation at this point. Like I think it's like 95% of Chinese people own their own home. They don't have medical debt. They have paid family and medical leave guaranteed. Like, yes, China is a poorer country than the United States. Their wages are much lower, but they're not a low wage country anymore. And some of the working conditions I think are too onerous in China. Have you been into America? America has the same shit, except we don't have any paid medical and family leave. And honestly, I support China getting better, and there is a movement to improve Chinese working conditions right now. They went from one of the poorest countries in the world to the world's largest economy.
We're getting our asses kicked by DeepSeek? Who names an AI company after the thing it actually does? Where are your random letters? Where's your GPT, your Grok? DeepSeek sounds like what you might use it for. China's even beating us at naming shit. By the way, I do know this is bad news financially, but is anyone else somewhat excited that AI had its job replaced by AI? That's something. But listen, man, this is a minor setback. We will bounce back. Russia had Sputnik, and it spurred us on to land on the moon. I'm sure it's not going to be that bad. Has Chinese AI put American AI out of a job? I mean, who knows? I'll find out. Siri, how bad is it?
John, check out my OnlyFans.
Send me a link. But enough about the apparently tenuous underpinning of everything we've banked our entire future economy on. What's the news freaking out about closer to home?
Friday night massacre.
Late Friday night purge. A chilling purge.
The purge.
Ah! Trump has ushered in the purge! I for one... I, for one, will take full advantage by doing some unpermitted lawn work. Your God is powerless. Although, just in case I'm misinterpreting, what is this purge about exactly?
Breaking news, the mass firing of government agency watchdogs.
Trump fired at least 17 inspectors general.
No! He got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many left. I have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry, did I break the illusion? No. You know, here's the nice thing, you don't know if that's the axe or my desk. Which one is fake? I'll never tell. The point is, we have 17 less inspectors general. Who knows how many generals will now go uninspected? Democrats, inspire my anger in the least charismatic way possible.
Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age. And Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age for abuse in government and even corruption.
He started again, right? He said it twice? Like, no recognition, just started again. Is that what happened? Normally, humans in that scenario would go, oh, God, I'm sorry, what, where was I? Let me take that from the top, and maybe this time I'll look up. Can you legally just restart without acknowledgement? Is Schumer AI? Is he DeepSeek?
Can you do an experiment where you say before watching The Daily Show, I think John is really funny, just to see what chat says? I mean, like, immediately rolls into, like, anti-Chinese propaganda because China owned, you know, like, with just, like, they don't have any rights in China. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is saying openly that they're going to deport anybody who's on a visa here who protested against Israel's genocide in Gaza. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of one of those things that's really interesting, which is, no, you can't just acknowledge that our AI bubble is totally scam full. It's a bubble, and it's full of scam artists who are trying to steal $500 billion from the government. Can you imagine what we could do with $500 billion? But instead of talking about that seriously, about this stupid Operation Stargate, Jon Stewart, you know, says the Chinese people have no rights. That explains why they're better than us at innovation on AI. Like, what? It's crazy.
But regardless of how slowly NPC Chuck Schumer laid it out, what Trump did violated the law. He can't just fire these people.
Title V, Section 403 of the U.S. Code, federal law, an inspector general may be removed by the president.
What? So what's the purge? What's the Why do I have an axe?
There is a specific law that requires notice, 30 days, and a statement of reasons, substantive and detailed rationale.
What? I'm sorry, what? Oh, apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? No! You can do it, but not in that font! That's Hitler's font! But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First law of Trumpodynamics. Every action is met with a very not equal overreaction, thus throwing off our ability to know when shit is actually getting real. Like last week's pardons.
These pardons are sick. They are offensive. They are un-American.
This is one of the most egregious, despicable acts in American history.
This is textbook authoritarian takeover 101.
I knew I should have taken that class. And not majored in submissive liberal crying 101. Oh, do what you will, Trumpisky. Was it shitty? Yes. Should you have let some of those terrible people? No. Is it an abuse of pardon power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of a king. And then we say, oh, by the way, with that power, you're not going to get all like kingly and shit on us, right? To put that in constitutional terms, if I could, don't hate the player, hate the founding fathers. That's not... Why do we even have it? Because I don't know if you've met Donald Trump. He pushes shit.
President Trump deploying executive action to end birthright citizenship.
I was told the president was powerless and that the parliamentarians stopped us. Oh, no, we can't do it in the reconciliation bill because the parliamentarian said, no, we are powerless, we're weak. This is the contradiction of liberalism, right? Which is when Democrats are in power, they want to do good things, they just can't because they're weak and you just don't understand civics. And then when Republicans are in power, they can just do whatever the fuck they want because Donald Trump is a bad man. It is either the Democrats are intentionally sandbagging policies that the base and the people want in order to block them, and so they can't be trusted because they're bad faith and duplicitous, or, and this is very simple, Donald Trump is acting within his legal authority as president, and the Democrats like it.
This unconstitutional, un-American attack.
Shredding our Constitution.
Wants to be a strongman authoritarian.
Birthright citizenship was very specifically tailored to send a message to people that America was a place, an idea. It wasn't for one race. It wasn't for one gender. Citizenship in America was based on where you were, not who you were. And to just stroke of a pen, finally I agree. That is authoritarian.
We do begin tonight with the federal judge blocking President Trump's executive order that would end birthright citizenship.
And we're back.
Speaking of like good news, Quinnipiac poll for Democrats. What is your opinion of the Democratic Party? 31% favorable, 57% unfavorable, -26. What is your opinion of the Republican Party? 43% favorable, 45% unfavorable, -2. How low can it go? How low can it go? How low can it go? Can we destroy this Democrat? I mean, the Democratic Party is buckling. We need to kill it. We need to smash it. Tear it the motherfuck down.
See how easy that was? It was a dictatorship, and then the judge went, It's like when you have an electric...
I had this argument with my live dad. Could not convince him that the Republican judicial takeover was much decades of Dem negligence as it was Republican plotting. I will give you some additional advice. Why did the Republicans get rid of blue slips, but then Democrats reenact the blue slip tradition in order to allow Republicans to block Democrats from making appointments in red states? Why did the Democrats refuse to pursue any kind of judicial reform, whether it was term limits for Supreme Court justices or recess appointments under Obama, when they refused to take up Merrick Garland? Or why did they refuse to do something like offer the idea of expanding the Supreme Court and reforming the federal judiciary? The Democrats are exactly the party that is responsible for not providing opposition to the Republican plans. They didn't act, Republicans were playing constitutional hardball, and the Democrats let them get away with it. If somebody comes to you every day, takes your wallet out of your pocket, takes all the cash out of it, and then gives you back your wallet and says, all right, see you tomorrow, and you keep bringing cash, it stops being a robbery. It starts to be a donation. And that's the problem with the Democratic Party. The problem with the Democratic Party is they set themselves up to fail, and then they say, oh, the rules stop me. Except the rules are not written down anywhere. They're just norms they invented. Is the blue slip written into the Constitution? Is the blue slip written into fucking federal law? Do you even know what the blue slip is? Does your dumb live dad even know what that fucking means? Probably not. But the fact that he's civically illiterate doesn't change the reason why he believes that. It's because he was told it by an authority figure that he trusts. Did your opinion change since the election vis-a-vis destroying the party? No. I became completely disenchanted with the Democratic Party during Kamala Harris's DNC acceptance speech. It became clear to me that the Democratic Party was irredeemable, and they were going to they would rather lose than stop the genocide in Gaza. And I've been very skeptical of the Democratic Party since March of 2020. I didn't think it was possible to reform the Democratic Party after the Super Tuesday of 2020. When Barack Obama orchestrated that coordinated dropout and Elizabeth Warren stayed in the race even after she finished dead last in New Hampshire and had no plausible chance of even winning a delegate, and just did it to split the vote from Bernie Sanders so that Biden could get a bunch of pluralities and have a 100 delegate lead coming out of Super Tuesday, I was like, oh yeah. And when they published that article about they're willing to risk party damage to stop Bernie Sanders, if Bernie Sanders made it to the fucking the DNC with the plurality of delegates and votes, they were gonna not appoint him as president. They were gonna try to steal the nomination. These are and so in March of 2020, I was like, man, I was pretty much very, 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 very doubtful that the Democratic Party was going to do better. However, I gave Joe Biden a honeymoon. And when they split Build Back Better off from the so-called bipartisan infrastructure bill, that was it for me. I knew we were fucking toast. I knew he was going to lose. I knew that Trump was coming back. I knew they weren't going to prosecute Trump. I got basically everything right from that moment.
Fence. You never check it, and you're not really sure if it works. Because you have a good boy. You have a very good boy. But then one day, zap. By the way, I fundamentally disagree with the use of electric fences. It is true. I prefer to discipline my dogs with a series of passive-aggressive comments about their weight.
Is the audience fake? No, they're in studio and they're getting laugh and applause lights flashed in their face.
Really tearing through the bowl tonight, huh? Take a breath, Tubbs. It's called kibble, not gobble. By the way, my dog's name is Tubbs. Anyway, birthright citizenship is back!
No, obviously we'll appeal it.
Damn you, constitutionally enshrined judicial review of executive action and its relief through the appellate process. Look, we are facing a deluge of these executive actions, and certainly we must be prepared for those most vulnerable to the consequences of these actions. But the "this is all fascist" argument has become almost a reflex for the left.
Donald Trump promised to be a dictator on day one, and he's carried that forward through the entire week.
5 days into this administration, the abuse is already rampant.
Throughout the rest of the week, shredding the Constitution as he went.
On a fascism scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being peak fascism, how would you...
I had to pause it because that question is BuzzFeed brain. top 10 list of reasons Trump is a fascist. Make sure you click right on the slideshow. You get served the maximum amount of ads.
You rate Trump's first week?
For the left.
Donald Trump promised to be a dictator on day one.
As
days into the abuse
through the
I'm sorry, I did something.
But the look.
Wait, where did it go? What the fuck?
As he went
on a fascism scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being peak fascism, how would you rate Trump's first week?
Scale of Mussolini to the Holocaust. I would say it's not fascism. Do I not understand what fascism is? And also, if I may, and this may be petty, why are we asking someone who, at the end of January, still has his Christmas tree up? Why are we asking him anything? You know who used to leave their Christmas tree up all the time? Hitler. Somebody in the audience literally jumped my Hitler joke. You know who used to do that, by the way? Pol Pot. Now look, I have a lot of fear that as this term goes on, things are going to get a little fascisty, and we must be vigilant. But part of vigilance is discernment. Republicans control the House, the Senate, the executive, and the judiciary. And just about every move that has been made till this point, we have granted them electorally. It's our f***ing fault. And the constant drum, it's just our fault. And the constant drumbeat of encroaching fascism will erode the credibility we will need if, hopefully if, and not when, it hits. But the truth is that for now, his most objectionable actions have taken place almost entirely within our designed democratic system. Like the confirmation process. Despite claims of meritocracy, Trump has put forth some of the least LinkedIn people you could imagine. I don't know what responsible hiring process you can create that looks at this.
I'm going to get another refill. Hold on. I'm feeling good. I'm just adding a little bit of extra. It's already in there anyway. What do we care? Down goes Seth. Duncan.
So his argument is that it's not fascist because people voted for it. I'm trying to understand his point.
Dad, on New Year's Eve.
Who's that guy? I want him leading defense. And how did this individual, who has never so much as successfully managed a Waffle House pop-up?
You guys, I legitimately I feel like a sucker right now. And I feel like a sucker because I read history books and read nonfiction books. And I'm realizing that no one does that. They have no idea what happened in Nazi Germany. Nobody knows what the Nazis believed or what happened. They have literally no idea what happened. They just think Germany's became bad all of a sudden.
Gonna run the 3 million people Department of Defense? But he wasn't.
You think it might be a problem that in peacetime, the United States of America has 3 million of its citizens under arms and it's wasting $1 trillion a year on military equipment and salaries? You think that maybe that is demented and fascistic in and of itself?
Foisted upon us by a dictator. There was no authoritarian end run, no royal edicts. This shit happened to us as designed, advised, but mostly consent. Passed through the Armed Services Committee, put through a Senate vote. 3 Republicans, of course, made a show of, this is the most outrageous, I cannot in good conscience, because they knew they could lose 3. It was a f***ing performance. And J.D. Vance broke the tie democratically. Trump's using the almost absolute power we have constitutionally granted him and the Republicans.
It's very democratic when California has 2 senators and South Dakota has 2 senators. We call that democracy. Democracy is when my vote is worth 50 times as much as yours in the federal government because I live in South Dakota.
Because this is Trump's theory in governance. He's already laid it out to not President Bush in 2005, back when he was still accessing Hollywood.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy.
That's his governing philosophy. For all of it. Appointing people, firing people, writing executive orders, taking Greenland, making Wikipedia-like edits to the literal globe. But unfortunately, as of now, he's pretty much just democratically grabbing our pussy. Yeah, we said yeah. He has the consent of the people. For God's sakes, his deportation orders are so popular, they have collabs.
TV personality Dr. Phil tagged along on a Chicago raid.
You've never been deported before?
Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do you know me? You've been in one thing. How do you know I'm Dr. Phil? Because you're on the Dr. Phil show. You're Dr. Phil. How do you know me? Oh, weren't you in Goodfellas? No, you're Dr. Phil. I'd know that little egghead anywhere. Little bald mustache, southern drawl. What are you doing? How are you doing that? How do you know me? That picture. I guess Dr. Phil finally cashed someone outside. How about that? Wait, no. Let me finish. We're almost done. Look, the Trump administration was clearly ready for this. It was almost as though they had some project for what they might do in 2025. And they're so emboldened, they're not even stopping on American shores.
The president said he thought more than 1 million Palestinians in Gaza could be moved to nearby Arab countries.
What the f***? He's so emboldened, he wants to start deporting people from other people's countries.
What country is that, John? What country, John? I didn't hear the country. Maybe I'm just being a leftist fuddy-duddy, but what's funny? No, you're right, it's not funny. John's point is the opposite point of the innuendo video about the Rubicon. John will be voiced telling us to ignore the Rubicon as it comes and gets worse. Did you see the memos yesterday that still had the metadata showing the authors were for people from the Heritage Foundation? That's how all government works.
Meanwhile, Dr. Phil will be down in Gaza. How you know me? How you know me, sir? Habibi, I don't have a television. I don't know you. I don't know, Habibi. Look, I really hope the Democrats figure out a way to contain this guy. The question is probably not, how dare he, though? The question should be, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power? What's your contract with America? Democrats, exist outside of him. Tell people what you would do with the power that Trump is wielding, and then convince us to give that power to you as soon as possible. That's the goal. It's enough with the, he's a Hitler, he's a thing, stop doing it, that's terrible. What would you do? And if not, If you don't have any of the answers, maybe AI has a solution for you. Hey, Siri, what can Democrats do to stop Trump?
他们不必担心，乔恩，我们中国的统治者很快就会解决我们所有的问题。
It's too late!
Jump scare. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We went a little bit long. Make sure you hit the follow button if you're not already following. Here's the links. We start at 7 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Hit that follow button. We are the leftist home of politics on Twitch. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Yeah, I hope you stick around well beyond the Japan trip, which has been a banger, by the way. Jealous I didn't go. Thank you, Mike. Oh yeah, because I wasn't invited. But because I lived in Japan, chat. Did you know that? When I was a small child, I lived in Japan. Anyway, I'm gonna send you guys, gals, non-binary pals to a friend of mine. It's called the Brain Domain. Joshua he has a master's degree in mental health treatment. He is a cool dude. He is somebody who marries like modern therapeutical approaches toward mental health with a left-wing lens. So I really like Joshua as a way of kind of unwinding. If you're having any anxieties or you're having any kind of existential dreads, or if you're having a problem or just some sort of emotions that you're having trouble working through, there's no better and more compassionate and empathetic person on this website than Joshua. So say hi to him for me. Don't overwhelm him. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. And I'll see you all soon.